Vibing out to these songs too much to even notice the time. Whoops. I didn't realize, I didn't unmute my mic, so everything I just said was completely unheard. Basically what I was saying. I love when that happens, by the way. Was giving an overview for the 3 days we've done so far. Starting off here at the very start of the game, Jasmine dies. Flashback to here. You think it's gonna be okay, this is all the events leading up to here. Turns out no. It's actually flashback to here. And you think it's leading up to the point where maybe one person died. And then Jasmine later on dies, except she dies over here, as does Ray, Anim, and everybody else, then you. And the whole thing blasts wide open, and you have no idea what's going on. We have 5 deaths already, one of which has given us a code to unlock through here, I'm guessing. And we have 1 unseen lock unlock here. And then 2 start off, I said. 50%, 78%, 50% to clear through as a warm-up lap, and then we'll see what death on orange. That's basically the catch-up. I do so love when I push that unmute button. Sometimes I don't. Like it's a button, right? And sometimes when you end up putting a double input. At least I caught it this time. If I didn't, we'd be going 2 hours into this of me on mute. Whoop. But right, in this part, most of these are easy. It's just like, talk to 4 different people and make sure you talk to all of them or talk to all the options. And, what was it? So we are just going to go straight down the list. And this phrasing here, any idea about the person who doesn't belong, since this part is right after, like, oh no, this note says one of us doesn't belong, one of us is an imposter. And her saying who me is a confession. She brings up a good point for a robot girl. Why would the imposter put themselves in the group? This is a very hands-off death game, the staging game. Most of the deaths, despite there being the implied risk of if you don't follow the rules your head comes off, that hasn't really happened. All of the deaths so far have been very quickly been us freaking out and killing everybody else among ourselves. But if we now know that H was a robot in at least one timeline because inside her head is all mechanical parts, we all could be, and maybe any given one of us is designated as the imposter. I was thinking that maybe what it is a whole cloud computing thing, right? The whole cloud memory storage thing, that all of us are robots. If she's a robot, who's to say all of us aren't? And so with that in mind, what I was thinking is that maybe, since everyone else is also a robot and receiving information from the cloud, maybe what's going on is that they're receiving memory and inputs from previous iterations, and that they see someone killing everyone else, and so they get paranoid and kill everybody else. But what if, instead of that, what if every time say, Jasmine freaks out, or A freaks out, or Ray freaks out, it's because they have been designated as the imposter for that round? Oh, that could be it. It could really be an Among Us situation where someone just gets randomly assigned it. They don't even have the chance to manipulate anyone. The only one doing any manipulation has been Jasmine and A so far, to pull us into the don't tell anyone anything side, or the tell me everything side. We haven't had the chance to get full-on manipulation because people start cutting each other right away. She has been bullying E before. She understands the exclusion of her disability, and yet she torments her sometimes. And then Marco falling over because Marco has the absolutely most tragic allergy in the world. He's cute, but it's really tragic. Okay, Ray next. Ray, who was about to freak out. He hasn't freaked out yet, but he's got a gun. That is a mystery of Yellow, and why Yellow has a locked-in locked. How did Ray get the gun? Where did he get it from? Also forgot to swap my everyday glasses for my cool stream glasses with a psychological barrier. There's always a couple of things you forget. Today was button swapping and glasses swapping. Go away, huh? He's trying to think, because he's stewing on this. He wants to stew on this alone. That's his fault. A bit of it is that just by his size alone, everyone else thinks he's a giant gorilla and are intimidated by and stay away from him. But he is also being too lone wolf here. He's getting too caught up in his own head, which is why he's going to go off and gun people down on his own son. Just the paper and the gun. He's keeping that from us. He found a gun and the message that one of you is a fake. That is an implication. That is a command to kill. That is basically, what is it, stochastic terrorism? Scotastic? He knows about A though. Ray actually has insight onto A. Like, he doesn't know about A, but he could tell. So at this point, Ray has seen what A has in his bag. But then shortly after this, Marco gets knocked out by a allergic reaction to the coconut that A fed him. Do you think A's done it on purpose? He knows that Ray has taken a peek into his bag or saw him do something. And so to isolate himself, he poisons Marco lightly, just a small allergy. In order to separate himself, A and Marco go to the hospital ward while Ray has to prepare for somebody else. Oh, that could be A's plan. So in this route, A could be using Marco from the start. Well, from the start being from here. Because he takes Marco to the infirmary at this point, probably gets remote control. He wants to go with Marco again, in the orange split he didn't take. In the end, we had to loop back in and talk to A. What does A think? A, who we know is Agnos, who works for a not very humane, not very intersectional organization that wants to save humanity and advance humanity by destroying humanity. And his job is to clean up after it, and he tries. Do you think it's a social experiment, A? Right on the money. Yeah, that's not. And he knows that's not what he meant. He's dodging the question, trying to play a jovial old man. H finding the idea that one of us isn't human hilarious when very soon we'll discover that H actually harbors robotic organs or robotic things in her neck. And in the end, Marco. Okay, that's 100% there. So you're good. Gymnasium escape. I think this one is just going to be an order of operations thing. Looking at certain things before interacting with other things to minorly change the text. So far, everything here has been touched. What if we go straight to the basketball? So far, all these things have check marks. No? That didn't get us anything new at all. That was all check marks. So what am I doing out of order then? We're not getting in the right order. What if I look at save first? This doesn't have a thing on it. Some closer together, others weren't as socially inclined, and we're socially conscientious is what it is. Always the ice cream sandwiches. We were 78%, which means there was a fair bit that we missed here. She's actually small enough to fit in the bars. How do we communicate with her though? She's in there. Okay. Well, we can't give her the ball now, it won't fit through. Alright, that's 3 new things. A strip of paper with 2 things. I don't think we saw that before. Did we? Did we have that triangles were 1? don't think we did. Not that it mattered because it was automatic anyway. That's new. And then that is everything. We get the code, we get the gun. Does it give us 100%? %. Got it. Okay. Now what's the 50% here? It's just like... Is it questions? Ease input on trains. We conserved the paper last time. Oh, but that doesn't matter. Hold up. That doesn't really have any implication for the red line, because in the red line, we keep A and E together, and we go off with Marco to here. And then we die, because we go back to the library. And I think I'm alone in the library, but when Marco comes up, alone, our collars beep and our heads explode, meaning somebody else isn't there with us. So conservation of paper doesn't matter. I conserved the paper last time because the lack of paper fouled us up at some point later on. Was it here or here? I don't think it'll make as big of a difference later on, but what if it does? What if we gotta like go back here, conserve our paper, and then follow E this way, while Marco goes with A? Like, what if that actually changes stuff? Like, if this is birth me code, then going back to make different decisions and talk to different people to get different points does add up to where you're going. It has a much more robust flowchart. And it feels like for this one, it's more get the information, send the information to the past. But what if there are minor decisions you gotta make to send the train the right direction? So what if we get her opinion on trains to give the information to the cloud, so Simon knows it in the future or the past, and then we go back and we conserve paper for his journey on the orange line. He does assume in some other route that there is only one train. Excuse me. And again, that's assuming that they are still on the Montreal Metro, and not a facsimile thereof. Okay, with that is 100%, 100%, and 100%. So everything on orange is good. Let's go ahead and take the split, where Marco goes with A, despite A being really suspicious, and go with E instead. We're gonna split the teams, A and Marco, Simon and E. Although, on the red line, we do get a really good, heartfelt, pretty much a veiled love confession out of Marco. Simon is tragically straight. The game straight up says, in the lexicon, that Marco has a bit of a crush on Simon, but Simon does say that he doesn't swing that way. And I'm sure Marco knows, but he straight up admits that whether or not Simon is smiley, he will follow him wherever. He is too good for Simon. He's high-fiving my cursor. Not some kind of creeper maniac, but boy, does he take things in his own interpretation every time it comes out of somebody's mouth. That's right, we haven't been to the theater yet. How many stations have we not been to? The Guard Monger with Ray, the theater, and what else? Are there more? Smiley. Or is it Semele? What if it really ends up that we'll get to a novel area where it's like, oh no, I ran out of paper, and then I go back and conserve paper instead. It's like, oh yes, by sheer luck I have just enough paper. Obviously, Simon. Or they had somebody else to pick up. Is it the floor? The floor looks a bit marbly, but I can't tell if that's new or not. He sees something different. Or feels something different. And yet, Montreal did not see fit to give her a stick. Those are robots. Those are straight up robot skeletons. I think this is us. This is the real us, I'm thinking. We've already established that one of us is internally robotic. And I was wondering how exactly this is going to work with the whole timeline flowchart thing, if it was going to be morphogenetic field, if it was going to be universes stacked on universes stacked on universe, and every time the Big Bang contracts, it expands again, and contracts, it expands again, it's a new playthrough. But robot would be a simple solution here. We had talks of cloud computing, we have at least one robot. We have information that seems to travel back into the past, which could be morphogenetic. Or it could be all of us are robots being ran through simulations. And robots are so much easier to reset. Robots are so much easier to receive inputs from past lives, because it's all right there in storage. What if this is us, literally us? If we are looking at the bodies of the previous iterations, or even future iterations, and haven't had the flesh stripped away to just their mechanical parts and stacked up. See, I was thinking that robots are easy, because you just decapitate if you lose, right? And you could just, I don't know, put new skin on, reattach the head, and bam, you're good to go. But if you have all these resources, they could have hundreds upon hundreds of robots and just discard the rest. A scene out of a horror manga. A miniature theater. Ah! Many were amputees. Were there any deaths in this game so far that had us lose our limbs? I don't think there were. But there were some crushes, some ceilings falling down, so maybe. Just put it between the robots. Fake robot people. Simon, you might be digging into the big mystery here. Somewhat heavy, like a human body. Not an operating theater here, like a cinema theater. Or a stage theater. Stock applause noise from the crowd. From flipping the sheet? Flip the sheet over, and the crowd applauds? Ten, 0, 0, then counting down. To make a choice, determining everyone's... So maybe... In one of the scenarios, A does go around blowing everything up, but then very quickly end up in another scenario. Where things start blowing up and you think, oh, it's A again! But what if it's this? What if somebody ended up at the theater, and they made a choice, and then things blew up, independent of A snapping and trying to hide the evidence? Sacrifice me or use me to live? Believe. You mean the me that speaks to us at our headset? Sacrificing me lets us both live. Use me to live damns the partner. Why do I want to damn the partner? We both can leave. Live or leave. Maybe it's live in here indefinitely. Trapped in here, but living forever. Well, as long as we can metabolically. Or the chance to actually depart, but only one of us can. Both or everyone, everyone? Everyone, everyone. The number 9 key! And E is here. Simon and E. And then 9. Are we talking death? Damn your partner. Maybe it's simply her eternal soul, and her corporeal form is gonna be okay. He's gone cat mode. seek a way. He said the line! Okay, we have 10 frozen minutes to find a solution. There's a door. There's lots of things to look at. A robot on the balcony. A hallway out this way. E, how do you feel about sacrifice and eternal damnation? Couldn't talk to her? Come on, man. We gotta have some informed consent here. We're gonna make sacrifices. You wanna be like A? We're in this room together, man. Technically, none of us should be in this situation, but here we are. Dilemma, huh? What's the segment called? Dilemmas. Almost none of it already. So talking to E just makes him stress out about sacrificing E and waste a whole bunch of time. Had to pick now. I didn't get to look at anything. Maybe that's the real solution. Maybe it's a really cheaty thing like the one vault in New Vegas, where they only refuse to make a choice, and hooray, they all get to live. That's alright, we'll play this as if Simon was really freaking out over this and didn't have the right headspace to explore the room. Smiley again. Simon only saw this class once, and fully remembered and I forgot it as soon as we saw Smiley how many times. But we won! Not easy! Game is done! Did not win the dating game, did we? Simon does find E pretty cute, so this is A outcome. Betrayed myself. Is selfishness in my nature, and I've chosen not to play true to myself. Cage in my own making, so it was live or leave. But this is good though, if we're gonna stay here forever, that's enough time for E's eye and ear repair to finish. Maybe this is gonna be one of those things, like the other choices initially in the initial route, where you don't get a choice the first time through until you see a fail state, then you go back and you can make the bad choices afterwards. Can we? Are we allowed to? Or are we trapped in this... Are we trapped at the theater? Or the whole station entirely? This fake metro thing. No, we can go back to the staircase. But can we leave the door? No code because we didn't actually solve the room! The 10 minutes are up, so we do have all the time in the world to search these robots and everything else. We have food here, right? Is there a kitchen down this hallway? A concession stand with all the milk duds and popcorn we could eat? Maybe it means, Simon, this really is the end of the line. Nah, but then what, man? We're in here, the doors are closed, and so they'll figure we're busy in here, and even if the door was open, somebody else comes in, that makes 3, and we all lose our heads? Simon, you don't know that you yourself are one of those uncanny machines? He's gonna drive himself mad, isn't he? Too late, Simon. You've used that line already. It's lost its novelty. It's too late, man. The screen went red. If the screen went red, it's too late. You've already gone mad. But we didn't conserve the paper this time. Will we have enough, or is that a fake choice? Could? He was freaking out those 10 minutes. Maybe that's the only difference. If he had more fun along this death game, then maybe he'd have won the dating game. And that's what all this is. Perry was joking the past couple of days that this whole setup was made to give Simon some courage in himself. What if this entire thing is a setup for E to find a suitable paramour? This is the very first time I'm seeing Simon in like full-bodied. I'm used to seeing like his eyes, and that's it. This is how many hours into game? Where's that timer Steam? 13 hours of game time. First time seeing myself. How long did it take? Masquerade. To go from here to here. And E's eyes recovering. Oh, there's a split here! So a choice could be made they didn't make. 1, 2. I'll start from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 17. So a 4-dot difference, maybe not enough time has passed for her eyes and ears to recover. But each shot is a story, but it's not exactly time passed, so it's not an accurate measure of how much time has elapsed from start to now. No sensation of hunger, because these robots haven't been fed the signal for hunger. You know, what if that's what all these robots are? What if at the beginning this room was empty, and then as more iterations came through and made the decision to not sacrifice and be locked in here forever, they stayed until eventually, as machines, they broke down, and now they themselves are going to become just another pair of robots in here? And there's some solitary robots, like there was one robot on the balcony. So maybe those are those who are left behind when the other one leaves. I'm still holding on to the possibility that everyone is a robot, not just H. If one is, it could be all of us. Who even is Jasmine? The Jasmine we knew wasn't blonde. That itself was a massive discrepancy in the universe itself. Oh man, imagine if we do come to the theater again in a different route and it is completely empty. Just remember, Simon, before you go mad, the third letter is... Another Abyss ending? Ending 0. Theater bad end. Don't think you got any locks for that one? There's a blue line lock. We haven't got the blue line yet. then the automatic fast forward. Could I... It goes too fast by to see if I could unfast forward it. But that's alright, I guess there is the extras option under credits if you want to see the credits. The search is done, half the lexicons. So let's see. That was story, then dead end. Only 6%, we did nothing there. Spoke to E. And that took us right in. Okay, let's actually look around for a second. See, sometimes when you talk to someone, it changes what happens with other things, so I thought maybe I have to speak to her first. It might make some differences, didn't think that like all the way to the end difference. No staircase again, just like with the inaccessible library balcony. Eight minutes remained! 2 minutes of time lost. Oh, this time searching does elapse of time. That's okay, we got reading Steiner. So it came from here, okay. I'm really hoping that checking all the things in every single combination to see the different time remaining doesn't count towards completion. Surely it doesn't. Okay, map. Hallway, bathroom, one theater, then the door over here. I'll get to your last door. Let's just go across this way. Two minutes lost looking at the lights. Is that true, game? Is that a hint if you're this desperate to look at the lights? Here's an actual guiding hand towards your way out. She says herself shared with me. We got stuck in our predicament because we said, oh, we can't tell her. We can't burden her with this information. In some series, sure, but there's no assholes at Abime, are there? She said talk to her. But there's no difference if I do, it's got the check mark. Which means I've seen what she says already. You don't know, man. Theater lights are connected to the ground, so we could remove them and that makes a hole. And you could crawl into that hole. Just gotta dislocate your shoulders. God, it picks automatically. Couldn't have been me, couldn't do that. Does it automatically go through? I mean, it's not new text, otherwise it wouldn't be a green control icon that I could just zoom on through. So we're stuck here, we go mad, we go on our date. So we didn't get an actual choice. But how much completion is that? 33? That's only 1/3. So speaking to E initially, and searching the entire left and middle of the room only contributes 1/3 of the possible things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. That's over 2/3 of the visible icons, but only 1/3 of completion for this area. So we'll get the eyeballs first, poke all the eyeballs, then see what we can do in different orders. Box to discard the key, the paper telling me to do it. Okay, so the time remaining had the green control icon, so that doesn't count. What if we simply do not choose? What if it is a choice? What if the choices simply don't? We can keep the key and both leave. And sacrifice everyone. But it's a option. I can grab the box now. A ladder. Oh, the back area. I can grab the ladder. Interact with the door, interact with the ladder, interact with the box. Seeing this all... There's probably a difference for looking at this first, then the ladder, and one for going to the ladder, then this. Yeah, I bet there is. That'll probably add a few more percentages. The boy with the green tunic. It was magic. Straight up magic. If you read the manual for the early games and watch a cartoon, they shrink into his magical pouch. There is a manual art that does show him with like all the tools hanging off his back. And that's cool. But it's cheaty. It's magical shrinking technology. Only options now. No door. No box. But there is ladder. That is interesting. Useless junk? Nah. Oh, I gotta look at the eyeball first. Look at the eyeball, then the ladder, I'm guessing. Yeah, nothing changes. But that get us over 50. 61%, just under 2/3. Okay, this time. Balcony, then ladder. Minutes. There. Now I can get up. But that leaves with no time left then. It took us 4 minutes just to get to this point, and this will be 2. Handles didn't budge, door didn't move. It's painted onto the wall. Before any smartass decided to ask if I push on the door too. What if you slide it? Have you tried sliding the door? Left, right, up, or down? 2 minutes remain. And now there is nothing. And so even going back to the ladder area afterwards is nothing either. Give me a solution, skies above. Alright. That gave just enough to go over 2/3. I guess I could check the door out then. And then leaving the conspicuous door untouched this entire time. Door. Maybe that's what he needs. Because in the last couple of minutes, there is nothing but the ladder. To say, oh, this is all junk. But if we see the door first, if we see the door, would that give him the idea to seek that way out? We could just door our way out of there. Oh, is that it? Just clicking the box a second time, just take us straight towards Can't Abandon E, stay on the eternal date until we go mad? Yeah, it does. That eternal datey time. And then 78%. Clicking door twice wouldn't bring us all the way to 100, that'd just be like 81 or so. Try to think. Because if I click here, then here, and here to search again, that brings us to 4 minutes and 2 minutes, so we have one thing possible. So maybe could examine the door, examine the balcony, examine the ladder and use the ladder. And that should elapse most, if not all of the time. And might change the final choice, who knows? Or maybe we gotta fight with his own nature. And fighting with his own nature means clicking on the door multiple times to eventually convince him to just leave E behind and leave. And that'll be enough to change the outcome and to give us 100% completion for this room. For that point in time, if he comes back once more, become that monster Simon. Yeah. If that was God's will. See, he's not doing it. You gotta keep on doing it, and each click ticks that percentage up. Sorry, E, I could ask for your decision on this, but if I touch you, then it's game over. And then new option, you stop. And so just like A, no informed consent, I'm going to put E into these scenarios against her will. Does she want you to sacrifice yourself? The game's going to be like, oh, we ran all these experiments, that's what all this was. And in half of these experiments, you chose to leave it behind. No, it's for completion, that's what it was. We had to get that 100%. Ease collar activated. So it wasn't just the key to the door, but decapitates and cauterizes whoever didn't turn the key in, so his entire plan of open the door then shove E through wouldn't have worked in the first place. But Simon, this is your chance. Because at this point in the game, Ascent. Ascent is positive. This is a good choice then. At this point in the game, we've already seen Ray freak out and panic. And yeah, he takes H hostage, comes back with her head, says, look at her head, it's a robot head, it is a robot head, and then we come here. So we've already seen one robot head, Simon. Check E out. You do want to see it. See if it's human parts in there. More applause as her head tumbles down. It's fake vomit, Simon. Don't worry about it. It's just like metal juices. Oh, I got him all crazy-eyed either way. Yes, approach the body, Simon. Neck was charred, huh? Do it. Look Simon. Confirm that she is not human, and if H and E are not human, what about you? There is still that anagram. The anagram solution that Simon and Emily make 9. I don't know if E means Emily, her name could be Claire for all I know. But dragging her body and head with him might be a good idea. If the only thing outside that door is the scanner doorway. You're not going to examine it first, though? I want proof. I want confirmation she's human or not. We just need this Emily head to light up and tell us the third letter, the first letter, the second, or the fifth. Man, one of these routes he has got to figure out that it's not just buttons. It is also colors. We have got to circle all the way back on over to blue 5 and red E equal 9. Don't think I don't see those colors, game. At some point we gotta go back to it. But man is not in the right headspace for puzzles right now. Because you've already seen the date ending how many times, man? You had to see something new. Oh, speaking of which. Speaking of... 94! There's still one more thing we haven't seen. So what if it is? I know that talking with her right away is the same thing as clicking on the box twice, in that it goes immediately to the no we cannot sacrifice her solution. What if I click the box and the door? And elapse time to the end. The box, the door, and the ladder. And elapse time to the end. And then maybe it might have some vague change of I don't want to do this, but I really gotta. Since all options disappear except for a few at the very last minute. Yeah, Simon, don't worry. It's all gone to hell for you, but some other Simon's gonna get the golden ending. Oh, see, that's what it was. It wasn't your doing. It's because some other Simon chose the right answer, so by rights, you had no choice but to take the bad one. And then it turns out he does a Doctor Strange thing that's in every single timeline. And in every single other timeline, everyone chose not to use the key. It's only him, this is the only jerk Simon. Is that to say, Simon, that you're leaving her behind in the elevator? Or is that to say that you have completely disassociated with the very idea that you're carrying her, but you're carrying her still? Her body was hot. Yeah, he's carrying it still. Unless he doesn't even have to, he could have dropped her behind. But the very specter of his guilt is haunting him. Actually above ground now? Staircase, and then above ground, so yeah, maybe he is actually free. Maybe he only assumed. Stepped outside of the sun would greet him, momentarily. And then his eyes adjust and it turns out he's back in the metro. And then E and J and everyone else is there. Maybe that's who the imposter is, the one who doesn't belong. Maybe whoever escapes from the lower floor ends up in the higher floor. And they're all confused, because they just went through hell and back. And then here's everyone else, alive, again at the very start. And he's like, what? And maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why A freaks out here, and J freaks out here, and R freaks out here. Not just because of what they might have found, but because they were the victors, and crawled up, and saw none of this is right, all of you are demons or homunculi, and start going on a paranoid rampage. Momentarily. But will it? Will it? Yeah? I see station or train. I see a very confused Simon. Oh no, this is not. Yeah? Yeah, no, that's not. Oh, that's even. Is that. Is that a cat? It's not so much. It's not so bad, man. That's just Montreal. But it's got cats. He's okay. I haven't been to Montreal. I haven't been to Canada, outside of passing through the airport momentarily to get to some other airplane. But cities are cities. So I'm just going to assume this is what Montreal always looks like. Strawberry sky included. Yeah, that's cities, man. Yeah, that's cities again. Yeah. All this. All this because there were only 2 people on the train wearing their mask. Hey Carver, how's Montreal? I'm going to assume as good as it's ever been. If only more people were socially conscious and more people on the train wore their masks, the city would not have fallen apart. Birds are chirping, cats and dogs roaming around, so it's not so bad. Tons of bones lying around. Oh, the artist spared us. I haven't seen the bones. I see a bike. Oh man, I don't see the bones. I don't see the corpses. Not a single soul alive. What does he call this? That looks like a soul alive to me. I mean, end of Montreal, maybe, man. Doesn't mean the entire world. So what is the purpose of all this if the world is already destroyed? If the world is already destroyed, or at least Montreal already destroyed, there's probably not much value in continuing some kind of human social experiment with or without robots. If this is what few humans we could save, have their minds uploaded to the cloud and installed into robots, have a fun life, live it out in this dating game, would it need to be presented so terminally where if you step out of lines your head gets cut off? He has had at least one situation where he thinks he's seen something, and then those memories, or that present, gets overwritten. So there's a non-0% chance this could be right. He could simply be freaking out. Who knows? But I'm inclined to believe that what he sees is what he sees right now. Catastrophe. This is the outcome of cats evolving thumbs, which they are doing actively. Yeah, man, this is all you're doing, Simon? E was a snail? And that one snail caused all this catastrophe? Maybe this is a good deep Simon. Maybe it's a congratulations, you won, collar is now coming off beat. Nope! Six letters, middle was L. How do you know this, Simon? Okay, alright. Emily telling us that the fourth letter was Y. I said Emily, right? E. I don't know if her name's Emily or not. I just know that in one of the possible solutions to none smile within my maths, because Simon and Emily make 9. And we have an E. So in my mind, it's like, okay, we know one E. But E knows Y. E told us the fourth letter is Y. Why does Simon know? 6 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Middle was L. Middle out of 6? But if it's out of 6 and middle is L, then the fourth is Y. Blank blank, L-Y, blank blank. Legit. E say fourth is Y can understand. But where's he getting this knowledge? 6 letters, middle is L. Middle is L. Where's that coming from? Is this gonna be one of those time travel things where you give yourself an object from the future, and then you go to the future, and then you give it to your past self, and that object only exists because you gave it to yourself? L in the middle. 5 letters. Yeah. 5 letters. That makes more sense. 6 letters, middle was L. Letter was L in the middle, 5 letters long, middle was L. What are we doing here, man? Is it 6 or 5 letters? Maybe we have 2 codes. I'm gonna make 2 notes just in case. 6 middle L, 5 middle L. But if it's 5 middle L, that takes us back to blank blank blank, blank blank blank, Y blank, in which the middle would indeed be L. So blank blank, L, Y blank. Somebody better tell him, hey, by the way, middle is L, otherwise. Killed has 6 letters, not 5. Is that where it's coming from? Killed is a funny word, 6 letter, middle was L. Ah, I see that. The word killed itself is triggering something in his cloud memory. A word with 5 letters. Close to a word, a past word. So that's 2. That's 2 letters then. Two letters out of 5. All right. So we got yellow unlocked fully. So we could do the yellow next. Dark green has 2. Blue we haven't seen yet, but has 1 out of 2. Oh, this suggests full credits. Okay, alright. Well, the credits roll this time. These credits could be different. Is the credits gonna be different? Since it's not fast forwarding through. There was 1 block of the credits that was redacted due to spoilers. Word, CG, background, Montreal and Lexicon. Pretty sure all this we've seen before. Space left empty still, so no. Okay, well this finishes off. I'm gonna quickly refresh my tea, run to the bathroom. So, be right back. Alright, let's smile and shine once again while my tea finishes up. Okay, flowchart. L and Y, 7 deaths in, we got 2 code. No blue line yet. Blue, the unseen blue has 1 of 2. Yellow has 2 of 2. The unconnected green is set at 0 out of 2. And you need more code first. Otherwise we can't go through. But first I need to see, where is this missing 6%? There's like 1 or 2 things I haven't clicked yet. Before I advance to yellow. Need to get this to 100. So let's see. If I explore around, then I waste my minutes. If I talk to Emily, then it advances to the end. If I touch the box twice, once to observe, once to click, it ends it. Two minutes remain. No, nothing's changed yet. Had to pick now. Wasting time doesn't do anything either. And that's just back to date. There was nothing new there. So what combination am I missing for that last 6%? Maybe if I... box, door twice. If it comes back once more would do it. And there's my hot water. Missing the kettles of England, you put it on, turn it on, you turn around, and it's done already. Two minutes remain. Yeah, nothing's new. Everything has a check mark. And there doesn't appear to be a leave everyone behind option. And if time elapses, it takes you to the exact same place. But there is technically one more click to force him to leave to L ending. So what if? What if I'm making question his monstrous nature first? Oh, maybe that's it. Can't believe he would. Turn into a monster. Really want me to? If it was God's will, nothing can do. and then clicking on it forces him into the decision. But then what could I do in the interim if I got that one click away from going out? Could drop the key here. Everything having a check mark means that we have seen the text for all of these. What could I do that might make it different? Because I can't go all the way up to the ladder. Under the door. Unless maybe? Not that this changes anything. Literally all it would change is turning a 94% to 100%. Couldn't talk to her. And then that just takes us to the exact same place as before. Maybe I'll leave it for later then. Since there's no room for any other ending, it's a grid. There's no half spaces. Oh well, we'll have 194% then. So let's go to the one place we haven't done yet that we can do. Instead of Marco and Ray going to the Grand Merger, whatever it is, where Ray finds a note about someone being an imposter and apparently finds a gun, we'll go with Ray instead and completely deviate for the main green line. Which is the earliest deviation we can take, because everything else is somewhere along the green. So nothing that we have seen apart from the beginning applies to now then. And maybe this is what Ray needs. A calming presence to keep him from going nuts so he finds a note. And there was certainly something going about Jasmine. Jasmine might have wanted to make us her confidant. But if there's a gun here, then she was hiding that fact unless Ray hid it from her first. Things didn't go well for her head, huh? Simon is also somebody when he thinks too hard about something. The memories overlap where his head starts hurting, so maybe she is experiencing some crossed information in her cloud memory, if we are all robots. I mean, this is apparently the end of the world now, so anything's on the table. Prochaine station. Guard Monger, that's right. How do you say that? Garde Monger, how to pronounce? Get to the point. Taking too long. Not Engard. How is this a 1-minute video for how to say garde manger?
Garde manger.
Garde manger, okay. So not at all how it looks, got it. We've all spoke about this stuff already. I don't think what we choose makes a difference. And technically, well, we've seen all these questions and answers already. It is technically on a new route, so we can't skip through it. And maybe it did. Maybe this universe is on the Silent Hill 3 UFO ending canon, and aliens have come. The Garde Manji. Does this mean we get to go? Because of the stations we know about, I think this is the only one we haven't been to yet. Oh, come on, A! Get a deprive. If we don't go, then that means A is the one who finds the note and potentially the gun. Because wasn't this Marco and Ray's station on the Green Line? Now I want to go back and see, because I thought that was the case. I thought this was Marco and Ray's station. Bibliothèque, been there already. Yeah, because that one Marco and I went to in the first one. Jasmine and Ray, that's right, on Marco and Ray. I thought it was Jasmine and Ray went to the Garde Manji. Then Marco and I had the Bibliothèque. Ah, so this is how we get the information. That hunger is just a sensation, signal, talk, instead of in the library on the Trade as We Wait. Later was in the library. But I guess you don't get that full talk this time. So Marco is library regardless, but this time Jasmine goes with. There was nothing weird in the library, right? There were sandwiches and an eyeball key. So where are we going then? chamber. That's a new one. I haven't been there yet. I don't think I've heard of that one even. Now I kind of want to go back to the Green Line, to this part in the Green Line, and see where everybody else ended up at. Which I can't tell because first group got off, then we were the Biblioteca, so we don't know where the other ones went. And then twins after us. Well, this is a dating game, Ray. And it is you and I paired up now. Tragic. Shutting down all the ships. All the ships in one sentence. Yeah, the guy would not get mad around the twins. That won't happen ever. Who's taking it? Twins don't want the chamber. Chances of me to getting fairly small. He's seen the depths already. He knows that after this, it's all going to go downhill. But do the doors close? If they don't, then that answers his question if the doors can close behind just one person or not. So it does close after 2. For the unsolved rooms. What's that say? Magnificent Zachary? That's a pretty big sandwich. Eight beds, and there are 8 of them. So in some way, once you solve a room, you can get back to whenever. So this would kind of unlock sleeping quarters for everyone. I'm trying to still think on like what the purpose of this whole thing is, this whole dating game thing. If it is supposed to be comfort for the last few people who got downloaded into robots. But even then, not everyone could be here at once, because if more than 2 people come in, boom, there goes our head, so I still can't discern what the purpose is. If the world is ended, and all of us are in here, I don't see the purpose as a scientific experiment that's like really grand scale, across multiple dimensions and iterations of the universe. If it's preservation of the last few people that they could save, why pop our heads if 8 people want to go to sleep in the bunk beds? Ray's brain cells. Ray hasn't played any of these games before. Ontological mysteries and escape rooms are all new to him. I still say it's lotion. And he said himself it's not alcohol. So the new canon is he is drinking his lotion. Alright, new room to not get 100% in. Check the map first. One big room. This one has 2 bathrooms. For once, they're actually accommodating the fact that more than one person might have to pee at a time. I'm gonna guess like changing area or lockers or dressers or something. There's no showers though, are there? You've seen bathrooms. Well, not really seen bathrooms, you know they exist. Is this showers? Like 4 boxed-in showers that you could walk around in between? Probably isn't. So far we have 1 bathroom per station, except for here where it's 2. For toilets, linens, and sinks and things, but no showers. Unless this big white one. It could be toilet, bathtub, and sink. That's what it could be. Look, this is important, alright. If we're the last people on Earth, and we're gonna be stuck here, with only 2 people going to the bedroom at a time for the rest of our lives, we have to know what the amenities are. The Magnificent Zachary is a lexicon entry. Hey, Hades Town. They're gonna be. That's what I'm worried about. If they aren't robots, and if that long white square isn't a shower or a bathtub, these guys are gonna stink. Maybe that's why everyone goes killing each other so quickly into the game, just to prevent that possibility. Irascible. Who is this Magnificent Zachary? Lexicon. Many worlds interpretation, perception of existence. Oh, right, they're counting the as the T's, and not say callers, comma, the, or dating game, common the, or Magnificent Zachary, comma, the. Illusionist who specializes in the art of hypnotism? Accused of fraud? Shows to be, well, yeah. What did they expect? Real magic? Cease giving shows altogether. Uncertain if he'll ever turn on stage because people take it too literally. They're all uptight. At his peak, show very popular among teens. Just a magician. What if Ray was that Zachary before becoming a teacher? From his flask of lotion. A mirror. Simon the hypocrite, he also takes opportunities to sleep. There's an interaction of the drawers. Under the rug. Shoes and boots are the ones the others wore. Ah, we all got shoes. We got spare shoes for our smelly feet. So hopefully there are showers. In case Meyer mow the grass. To cause a fire, drop the bass. Marco's been rubbing off on him, but not in the ways I want. So I'm guessing there's probably alternate interactions for lights on, lights off. So if we look at everything with the lights on first, if the lights turn off. Choose first. Coin from the shoe! So this room's all about the 8s. Oh, what we had to do then is find some other thing that has like a screw on it first, and then the coin. A big ol' nothing. Hammer for the vase. Yeah, Smiley did not say we couldn't take anything out. My eternal complaint from like 999 is how many rooms did you go in and you had to find or assemble a screwdriver? After finding or assembling screwdrivers how many times? But old Junpei never figures he could just keep the screwdriver? And a piece of paper is this. One of you isn't like the others, none smile with Ian Lime. Okay. So then Ray and Jasmine went to this station. Then who went to the guard manji? And because Ray didn't, Ray doesn't have to go all paranoid. Now we get to be the arbiters of do we reveal this information or is it dangerous knowledge? Somebody more reliable. How much you want to bet that the option is tell Jasmine and Marco? Or A? Supportive. A little metallic panel. Okay, so next time. Desk, then the shoes. Hadn't found a screwdriver. Oh, but we can't interact. We can't use a coin that we found. No glow. That was I was thinking, like black light or something, or glow in the dark. Ray, I thought you were sleeping. Wasn't looking this way anymore. He wasn't looking this way anymore. Does that mean if I did this first? Sleep at a bed. We can't have Ray see us do this and be too embarrassed. Man, we are the only ones searching, Ray. And now we get to talk with them. Okay, so what about? Lights first, then rug, then talk with him, and then he helps out, and then click on everything? It's lotion. I'm telling you, man, it's lotion. He's carrying it in his pocket for some tattoo that had to heal. And now that it's done, he's just drinking it. Partially made by him, so it is alcohol. It's his happy juice. A scientific field, I want to elaborate. We know what it is. There's no animatronics. And the added side effect of the medicine is now every time he gets too angry, he becomes the Incredible Hulk. Yeah, see, Marco? And Simon, all of you guys acted as if, oh, that's a 2021 thing, it's over now. Ray knows. Ray still has medical needs, and so he goes to the hospital, it's all bucked up. What did I just say? It turns him into the Incredible Hulk. Hospital had no choice, man. Nobody else wanted to mask up except for 2 people on the metro. And so it's not their fault they're overstuffed. That is human selfishness. And now Ray has to suffer for it? That company gonna be A's company, and Ray is being treated as some kind of guinea pig by it? It probably doesn't need to have the side effect of making him a violent, paranoid person, but they did it for the data and the lulz. Alright, now he's got his help. What about behind the wardrobe? It's big. We could use Ray's muscles. And so Simon escapes it in Narnia. He actually did. So hanger in here that Ray has taken, coin for here now, what's in here again? One of these days, White Witch. Are you sure you want that, Simon? What if the gun is in here? And if you wait for Ray to come back before we open it and we see the gun? Box with a lock? No key, but we have a coat hanger. And the box remain locked. Hammer and rectangle. Don't tell me this is actually the solution. No, it's not? Okay. Screaming himself awake? I thought it was helping us out now. But Ray, the solution, there's space behind there. You don't see the space, Ray? Another... wasn't much of anything. I was gonna say, didn't see any extra room on the map. There's a small alcove. Oh, in this room. Wait, there was a recording device behind the mirror? This sounds seedy now. And this does appear to be like a younger person bedroom, the poster and everything. What if there are connections between all of us and these rooms? And so we need Ray to jimmy open the lock. So regardless if the gun is here, he's gonna know anyway. Key card and a bunch of numbers, huh? Is that true, Ray? Are you withholding information from us? A weird S on the side. The sequel hook. A square 8. Yeah, that's the, like a pointy square 8? We talk with a cool Stoozy S? Taken something else in his other hand as trying to hide a little, yeah? That wasn't all that was in the box. There's where he gets the gun. Show us, Ray. You were trying to hide 2 sandwiches from us? Ray, come on. You were a teacher at One Life. So, you gotta have some compassion for your younger student here. But Simon, we just had a lesson that the hunger is fake. It's just a chemical signal to your brain. And if you're not, give it to me then. Okay, so these codes tend to be automatic. These puzzles tend to be automatic. But just in case, I've been conditioned to, if I see numbers, I'm going to write down numbers. 11. 037. They were 1 digit away from greatness. 11141. Ten-digit codes, we add them all together to make it a 5-digit code. Watch the chod. Maybe what's the code? The code they chose. Code is. Got it. So instead of the gun in circulation, we have a hammer. So then where did his gun come from? If on the green line, we went to the biblioteca, and he went someplace else, and his group is the one who finds the anagram, and the one of you was fake message. I assume that was also the same place he got the gun, because there was only one stop before here. And then at the next stop, he pulls out the gun, takes H hostage. So I thought, great, we follow Ray this time, and we'll get to that gun before he does, but no. No gun. It has to be the right room, because he found the message. %96%. So, what one thing could I have done differently to tilt this over to 100? I think it's talk to him first. Or find some way to trigger talking to him first. Ah, there's no checkmark on this. Against his better judgment. Because that is at 100%. Full 100! Alright, onwards then. Hammer for another room. Maybe the secret door in the laboratory is susceptible to this hammer and this hammer alone? It's not exactly everyone behind. They can't go anyplace else. Not sure he knows that yet, though he still thinks in the metro. Maybe this is what he's done. Maybe it wasn't the gun here. But they go to the bedroom, they find the note but not much else, and they go one station forward and then find the gun? Brusque, brusque, brusque. Brusque and brisk. Bibliotheques are gonna pick up Marco and Jazz? The game has turned the mechanic back onto me. But what if there's a probability of him asking different dumb questions? And I gotta re-roll and have him ask all the dumb questions to get 100% for this section. The explosion in New York. I mean, from what Zoku said, it was just what? A manhole that blew up? In our world? But in this world, where Montreal is apparently an urban wasteland, more so than it already is, it's either a whole subway system or just one subway station. Got bombed really hardcore. Open and close. They're not coming back in yet? They could have already finished, maybe, and then take an earlier train. Unless Marco and Jazz went up ahead. Or just we took too long ourselves. Garmanga. Loisir. Or 20 whole minutes before we got here, we were just slow then. Jasmine had the bag, huh? Which bag is this? Because I don't recall a bag being found in the library. Is this because A's group came back, M and J's group came back, with us not here? Jasmine probably became the holder of the pens? Jasmine is now the holder of the pens, and the interface for E. Which means that A now has his hooks into J to start making her his confidant, but he doesn't know that J is already opposed to him. So how's this gonna work out then? If she was all paranoid about tell nobody, not even him, and he's all like, tell me everything. Long talk with the old man, kept him for last. Alright, that sounds like a C-Ray situation where we can talk to everybody, and then leave him for last. Or just end it completely, talk to him first. Marco and Ray. And same for you, Marco, or did you? Tragically, in this case, you really were just roommates. gunshot from opening his mouth. Therefore, the gun is hidden inside his mouth itself. He's got a tiny string or a bit of like dental floss that it's tied into, or it's tied up with. And so it's hiding out in his stomach right now in a plastic bag, waiting for her to draw it out. E, we can't communicate with. Jasmine, help us out here. Give up? Or call Jazz for help? We got options this time. That's not gonna be a split, is it? The split of be conspicuous and ask Jasmine, or give up on E? Call Jasmine. Well, this is early in, so anything really. Her favorite color. We know it's yellow though, we have that written down. Yeah, she's a natural aquamarine. Her bra— oh my goodness, Simon, you're going for the color— her favorite color to her bra size. Following his spaghetti moment. Okay, Jasmine, now that we have embarrassed ourselves in front of you, how you doing? You can still count with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could take it at face value there, because I don't recall anything special in the Biblioteca either. I want to come back to this though. Click E and say nothing. Because that's probably going to also contribute to the 100%. % irascible too, 100%. 67 only. Unless the old man's got all that much. It's got the check mark. What if we don't ask your bra size? The code to the pantry. So they have at least one. But what happens if somebody dies before they come back and there's only 3 teams left? So I guess if they just need 4 codes and that's it, they could put in 1, then go to the next available station, come back, put the code in, next available station, repeat. A, we already have suspicion that you've been telling E Jack squat to keep her as a potential sacrifice for your machinations. And if he wants to wait for the twins, why? What's his game? M and Ray, then Jasmine and E. But that means I'd be left alone with him. He's given Jay the bag, but does this mean that he's not going to hook onto Jay as his potential informant like he tried with me? Sudden thought. For that theater room. Was it me leaving, sacrificing everyone? Or was it making no choice sacrifices everyone? Because suddenly thinking, maybe this isn't the far future and Montreal's a wreck. I'd have to go back to it, but if it was everyone dying if you make a choice. It could have been our doing. Stay with A, or go as a team. Where am I now? Still in Irascible. What part of Irascible? 100%. So this is going to be a splitting moment then. Hey, Team Miracle Moon themselves! Nothing bad can happen by keeping an old man company. An old man that has given me plenty of reason to be suspicious now, yeah, totally. I'm gonna see them both, but maybe I do want to see what staying with A does if he's gonna poke my brain over anything. I'll do both options regardless, just to like open up the 2 branches. But first, A, kinder nature, pastime. Oh, that's blue! The enigmatic blue root that we haven't seen yet. And I've somehow already got 1 out of 2 for the lock. You won't be too active because you're working on Decide for God. Ooh. Team Miracle Moon exciting. I appreciate you dropping by. Let's go back and unlock this real quick then. If this is new blue. Kinda eager to see what blue's going to be. Okay. And that's invasive. So past time or invasive. We do know though that yellow does have a lock. Just like What if this? What if over here is where all the locks come together? Because yellow's already unlocked. We just haven't found the lock yet. What if that's it? What if all the locks coalesce in the middle and they all combine to make the dark green? And that's why it's got such a headache and has memories of being all the way back here, when all the way back here initially led to cyan. Oh, that could be it. This could be like the whole combination thing. Starts here, coagulates here. Blue first. Oh, but blue's got so much space. So much space to grow here, assuming it doesn't branch out like orange did to red. Okay, alone with a root, let's do it. Kinder Nature. I haven't tried the Kinder Natures yet. I have the Hippos, have the Buenos. Agnol's still being cagey with us. He hasn't opened up to our confidence yet. Yeah, that's a possibility. That maybe somebody doesn't come back and puts their code in. And I still can't figure out the goal. I need to go back to the theater and reread what Smiley says. Oh, this is that wording again. Harbor your own worries too. Opening up all those kind of worms. Infinite Monkey Theorem. Is that the one where if all the monkeys have all the typewriters, eventually someone's gonna make Shakespeare? Because that's the theme we got going on then. Miracles being a 1 in a million chance, just need more observers to increase that chance. And then infinite monkeys to eventually get something special. Simon is freaking out because he's already received the memory of the blown out Montreal from the ether. What did you subtract? Subtract the 1 from infinity? This is gonna pop up again in 15 more hours. I just have infinity. There's only what, like 28 buttons of the elevator? Plus a 0? In this case, we are going to drown from all this paper and ink. And something he's saying? The chance of something being reproduced? Something is pretty nebulous. That could mean anything. Which letter they put. In that case, if it's only one letter they're writing at a time, then one out of however the maximum for this alphabet is. Okay, it's not a blind probability then, because if I see F-U-N-K, I'm putting a Y afterwards. And Simon agrees. He could have also picked something else, or he could have eventually chosen to open the door and sacrifice Eve. If he gives someone the chemical signal that they're hungry, then give them a sandwich. Do they have free will if they ate it? It means people are susceptible to to manipulation? And patterns and being forced into things? If he's trying to go for like, do we have free will or not, that's a whole philosophical conversation. It's okay, kids, we spared you the philosophy with Grandpa. Well, this means then that half the teams are still out. This room alone being the leisure station, but the bedroom isn't. That's the thing then. This is meant to be long-term habitation, and the one bedroom is set a two-person limit. The chumps who left us behind. Alright, in the blue route, we have ingratiated ourselves to them. They don't think we're a chump because we waited for them. H thinks we're trustworthy, but worse, H thinks A is trustworthy. Alright, so we got all the things again, but they don't have any check marks this time. This might be in the same room. Quickly see where we are. Sit in the first. At 0%. Okay. Then first things first, scan around. No check marks is it for people, right? Time travel device over the Optimist H. Is she saying that under the breath? Because there was no deets to go with it. I think she's not very well whispering to be sarcastic. Nah. She's gone silent. That's back to the study of the field of knowing, Simon. How do you know this is an air conditioner? Where does that knowledge come from? You gave yourself that knowledge, much like you told yourself that the fifth letter, the middle letter is L. You don't know that, Simon. We've seen what's outside. Wicked. And G agrees. Oh. Simon doesn't mean wicked in that sense? Being bullied in stereo. These young whippersnappers. No lesson on the battery nature of these lamps? What if that was the first clue? That A knows much more than lets on. Wow, H. I thought she trusted us, but she's still taking every chance to snarl. A mysterious power. The water fountain itself is otherworldly power. Comfort level. Why does that sound familiar? Was that the Birth Me coded comfort level, or was that one of these did? "10 out of 10 for the couch." Get lost in reflection again, Simon. That's his running thing. Tables have turned. Alright, who to speak to? Twin, or A? Talk to G first. You're a G, right? Ah, I got H by mistake! Not because I'm colorblind or... Okay, so H. Gonna mark you down as colorblind. All of my notes are spreading out so much. Colorblind question mark under Robohead. But you said you weren't. That means you are. Oh, so G is the one that's colorblind. Okay, alright, let me scratch this out then. Unless it's genetic, could they both have it? Don't you just kidding me. Ah, so they are playing it back and forth. She was tsundere about it, she's gonna deny it. She's got no reason to deny that she has it, and she brought it up herself. Made me erase my eraser. So what if we asked G first, then H? So we could be like, we spoke to G, and G said she's not colorblind, you are. And we make them fight. That is what I was wondering the first time that Smiley gave us the rules. Punish in some way. Must team with additional. My handwriting is so awful at this size. Additional mezzan? Must team with additional. Oh, but as person. My P, E, and R just all bled together. So yeah, technically the wordage was must pair with, must team with an additional person. And that is why one of the nuns smile with I&I math solutions is pretty interesting. Simon plus Smiley. Simon and Smiley make 9. Simon and Emily makes 9. If we had an Emily. If we had a Smiley on our teams. We finally get to see one. Because this is what, 3rd time now that the maps have come up? And I, the eyeball in the sky, do not have the privilege of seeing them. Simon gets to, but I don't see what Simon sees. Okay. So wait. We have access to these maps. When we go into any given station, we can see the map for that station. But the twins are the ones with the map. And they only see it when it's brought out relevant to the plot. So maybe every time I click map, that is Simon seeking information from the future. A jolly old drink. Trying to play jovial still, Grandpa. Oh yeah, the note, right? We didn't tell Jasmine or Marco. Instead, we're gonna show the note to a couple of kids who we just met. That's not enough, just true, Simon. That she works in a professional capacity, got it? Wow, H. He's only 24, it's not that old. She's done it. She's triggered Simon, she's opened the can of worms, now she's getting the wave. So is this going to be, because at some point we cut back to the lounge, A does follow us out to explore a room together, or we could say no. Is he gonna pull us in his confidence here then? Not yet. Not until his favorite Patsy joins him. A drink? Okay, so he doesn't want to go explore yet. Doesn't want to go explore because we haven't spoken with Jasmine and kept information from him and E yet? So no reason for him to be suspicious yet? Then again, that's not until. Second room? Yeah, because first is Biblioteca, then library. Not library, the infirmary? Laboratory, that's right. Laboratory Jasmine. And then withhold information, and then he freaks out. We got all sorts of diagonals here. 0%, 100%, so good so far. Mixing chemicals, like feeding the brain chemical signal for thirst into Simon. Then you could have a 7-Up or a Sprite H. H, if you can't handle the bullying, should have started. Time to search around again. Possibly get to talk to all three again. What's this? Ventilation? Or it's a cat door. We do have a hammer. We smash the grate open and smash the grate behind it. Then smash the fan. We just give H the hammer. H, hammer, they start with the same letter. Yeah, see, got the DDDDs back. They were just whispering the last time. Is that the connection? So, we have Jasmine connected to Simon because of childhood friends. Simon connected to Marco because of roommates. Marco to Ray, student and teacher. Potentially Ray to A, depending on who shady people, which shady people he's spoken to for his medicine. And the twins to Simon, by virtue of pizza delivery. It really is all him then. It really is Simon as the unifying force. They haven't denied it. He is pizza delivery guy. He could have delivered pizza for them at some point. I do appreciate some sequential rhymes. Plus 20 points. If we sat down, we'd move on? Okay. So that's the move on button. If they put in the actual full song, you were trapped here the moment you clicked it. That would be amazing. Can we, G? Let a man have his dreams. It could be whatever past trauma H has experienced is alcohol related. Or it could be she has had to sit at the back of a car while that song went through an entire loop and a second loop. Then he does it again. Yeah, the trauma is singing bass then. Alright, let's talk to everyone. Who's first? G first. I think it's a pizza man. They had the misfortune of ordering from the wrong person. Hey, you said ours was next. You lied to us. And a polyvalent. Option for professional formation in the fourth wing of school for us. Like you specifically? How posh. Is that to say, we were potentially kidnapped in 2022. Maybe these two were stripped from the time in 2014. Or it could be a Quebec thing. I feel like if I speak to him, I get my drink. If I click this, I get my drink. But they're both the way to end this. So I have to come back and get the other, maybe. In the previous timeline, it was lime, right? Is it gonna be lime again? Or maybe it was lime. Because that was a lime green root. And I think H got grape the last time too. Yeah, she got grape. And then now she's getting, what is it? Banana something? Peach banana? So already, what are the drinks are different? So what's blue gonna be? Blue flavored? Taste it now, we got the same one then. He knew, because even A is receiving information from the morphogenetic field. Oh cool, click anyway. Which means 100% obtained. It's too late, man. We chose to lounge. Everyone else is clearing all of the stations without us. Maybe not always, G. There's a rift between the twins already. How much you want to bet that if we do split up, that we don't end up with G, who's a nice option, but end up with H, who's gonna bully us and be bullied in turn throughout the entire rest of the next room? Or A, you secretly have a gun in your bag and some bombs and who knows what else, you kill the one and go for the other afterwards? And then we'll come back here and everyone's dead with bullet wounds in their heads? It might be worth finding out who the twins don't want to pair with. Ray taking H hostage probably wasn't due to any prior history, just going for the weakest one in the group. But if there's a connection, then there's probably some that they feel more comfortable or less comfortable with. Yeah, like Ray coming back with H's head. And surprise, surprise, everyone thinks he killed her. Oh, H. How many timelines has it been now? Where G is perfectly fine, it's H who ends up dying. Twice in pink and orange now? A with E. Man, pockets run deep when I was in grade school. I had no sense of anything. All I knew was my pocket could fit whatever, so I just shoved everything into my pockets. Assignments, homework, you name it. And so everything was so crumpled up in the end. But they fit! Theater church, been to both. Stars had the maps. Fitness center, been to infirmary. Science lab, been to. Security room, been to. J in the science lab again. Marco and Ray to security. So who was J and E? J and E went to science lab? And so Jasmine could have perfectly hidden the existence of the secret room. So if those are all the rooms, if that's all the rooms, theater, church, the stars had the map. She could be aggrandizing herself that she's a superstar. Could be puzzle-based, I don't know. Probably not important. Fitness center, infirmary, science lab, security, then the leisure station. That means the guard Manji's the only one that I haven't been to yet. The stars. Okay. The stars had the map, so the stars is the room they were in. Library, bedroom, stars. So yeah, these two rooms right here, pantry and stars. Only two unknowns left. Wait, Northwood 3 more? Don't really want to go to any of those, why don't you? If there's 3 more that I don't know. No, he means except for the theater, so... Theater is among those. So yeah, then just guard Manji and the stars. And are these more old on? Full recreation and a reactor? If those are additional stations. Yeah, those are then. So still more to go? I mean, after all, the extras does say only 61% of searches. So we're not even 2/3 through. We're almost 2/3 through doing all the search rooms. But there's plenty left then. Oval tree. We haven't seen this one yet. How many enclosed segments are here? Not counting the E-hallways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is this gonna be where everybody goes to put on a mask and attach those masks to shotguns? "14 stations plus the bar." Well, now I have a definite number. Which I have been in the dark about until now. Leave the maps at the counter. G is a lot more open-minded about splitting up. It could be that H wants to be protective, or H could just be codependent. G has a remarkably fresh head on her shoulders. Is Jazz gonna tell us though? In the past, Jazz has opened up to us because she knows how puppy dog we are with her, and so we're an easy patsy for her to manipulate and to sway to her side. The fight would be for none. We can't have the drama for nothing. There's also that aspect. H liked Jasmine, huh? But H doesn't like Jasmine at all. In at least one history. Green, H and Jasmine has argued. And in pink, Jasmine straight up murdered H, knife to the chest. And if J came to the lab, or came from the lab, then she's got a knife. She very no, she went to the security room. Security lab was a lab, I think. Because it has a door. The door we haven't been able to get into, so yeah. She very likely has a knife. So if we have to split up for H's safety, we have to go with her. Could I choose though between them? Is it gonna be like J and H or JHG? If it's JH or G, we could potentially arrange a murder already. And even on the blue line, Simon is seeing a difference, a change in J after her 4 years of the professional world. And so Simon is identifying G is easier to get along with. I could opt for G and then put H and J together. Well, at this juncture, let me at least open up all the windows. Segment Jasmine. Oh, we got, is that Cyan Part 2? Or is that a very minor difference of color? I think it is a slightly different color. We got continuation of blue with Jasmine, a slightly off cyan, and a purple. Okay, get H open. H is gonna be the safe one. Disaster! No! Oh no, it's a safe one. I promise it is. Which one's disaster? Op Cyan's disaster. Okay, but given what we've seen in pink, I'm fully willing. What if? What if the memory that got overwritten in pink is what happens here when the twins come over and then Jasmine stabs? What if it's a memory from something from here? Oh, that's... And then best to accompany G. After seeing pink, I want to believe that this is the disaster route, regardless of what H is named. So this I want to see to the end first. But first, let me grab myself a BRB, because I don't know what amenities these trains have. This could be my last chance for the bathroom before we get locked into something major. So we'll all come back, and then we'll team up with the weaker sister, and then put these two who hate each other and tried to murder before together as a team, and see how bad that goes. Water is almost boiling for some finishes. Alright. Let's go pick our flavor of disaster. Simon and G, Simon and H, or Simon and Jasmine. Let's go with G. Just to pair these two together. That's all I want to see. The station itself might be no problem. I don't see the outcome. Despite the segment for H being labeled disaster, I have to assume it's a better one, since at this point, Simon and H are in full-on bully warfare. Funny, but didn't want to babysit. Yeah, but see, that's a faint Simon. She's a smarter option, the kinder option. And so if this is gonna be the true disaster, G and H could also pretend to be each other. That's it. Maybe who we think is G is really H. And then by sending H off with Jasmine, we're really sending G. But then would Jasmine know? Would that mean that G gets murdered? Or would it mean that picking... Gotta get ahead of myself here. That's assuming that Jasmine's gonna try to murder one of them again. She did have the crazy eyes back then, after all. A super brat. See? G found the bullying funny. That means that G is secretly H. And H is secretly G, pretending to be H. A victorious smile. That means there's some feint going on here and we have fallen for it. Simon, keep these thoughts to yourself. You are not Sigma. Simon, Sigma. Oh no, the connection is there. Be the adult in the room, Simon. The train. Oh, sounds like a dope. So in my mind, I read it as him making a Homer Simpson noise. I wonder how expensive it would have been to put the train announcer voice onto there. If it would have required like some kind of licensing fee. Probably would. I'd have to imagine. Since sometimes you have to, like, lease out the permission just for a skyline. And a specific voice is a specific voice. What was the point? Was it assignment to put on information? Simon's so awkward, he's lost his opportunity for intel. Closed and locked. Closed and locked. So who's there then? Ray and M? Ray gets to see M in a swimsuit then. Simon, you have been roommates for 3 years, and he squandered all those opportunities. Well, that means then that his entire thing of being awkward for the pool is pointless since we're not going. Recreation. Oh, we got options now. About what do you think is there? A casino, a movie theater, or a bunch of toys? For recreation. Well, it can't be the theater. Well, I guess the theater we went to is more of a stage theater, so it's an option. We have to do all three anyway. Casino. Also, I don't know how things work in Quebec, but didn't they say they finished secondary school? Where did that put them? Teen is nebulous. Because some people use teen to mean like below 18, some folks use teen to refer to over 18, which is weird to me. So it could mean anything, really. Because I'm pretty sure that if she graduated high school, or secondary school, then she should be of casino age. Unless it's a place where like 16 is when you finish secondary school. Okay, not that England's that way. You finish school at 16, then you get the choice of continuing education, training, or going into the workforce. That's because they swapped on you, man. He doesn't know it yet. What's this one? Casino. So it is. Or Marco, you guys are roommates too? Unless Jay is secretly blonde. It could be this whole time that Jay is the one who doesn't belong. Because you would think that everybody links, and that Simon's got two connections. M does too. M is connected to us, and to Ray by a student teacher. So it doesn't necessarily have to be only a 1-1 team. Could be 2, could be 3. And Ray and A might be connected if the shady people who made the medicine for him, or helped him with the medicine, was A's company. There's a possibility. And if E was also a student at the University of Montreal, then she might have studied under Ray at some point. J is secretly blonde, wouldn't J be blonde? 10 points for that one, Team Miracle Moon. Though I'm curious, because you do have two very obvious blondes here in the twins. If that gives Jay an unknown connection. Or it could just be she bleached her hair. It is too soon, I've only seen that once. Lower half anagram, yeah, we know that. That's the anagram for what again? For Simon's, not that one. Simon, email his enemy Twink, solved. Enneagram? Enneagram. Oh, right, we have that. System of personality typing describes patterns how people interpret the world and manage their emotions. Hold on. Do I have those notes? Can't I even read my old notes? What is this? Challenger, Peacemaker, Reformer, Help, something? Can't quite read number 2 there. That's Shrour. And then my handwriting falls apart. Enthusiast, Loyalist, Observer, Investigator, and what on earth did I write? Fadul Dots? Whatever Fadul Dots was supposed to be? Could I use this? Is this applicable? Should I be writing out a second Enneagram again? Okay, enough notes from 2 years ago. This is the present. This is the now. Bananagram. She is distracting me. She put the perfect caltrop. Man, if this was Date. If this was Somnia Date. He would have rushed up, howling at the promise of that. The dramatic music. Be careful, there might be adult videos. Cue the accelerated scuffle. Actually, it was a casino. Segment name wasn't lying. It could Hades Town. There's still plenty of games left to go. So that could be the actual true revelation. There could be. We haven't found a gun yet. And there are at least 2 guns in circulation. At least. Okay, what have we got? We got all of these. And the conversation. Conversation first. Hopefully won't end up in a death thing. Okay, so note for G and H, has or had parents. Oh yeah, one of them might be colorblind. So I guess depending who we brought. If Ray and M or A and E are occupying the pool regardless, but we could have brought colorblind twin or not colorblind twin. And there's plenty of green and red here, so depending on who or what type of colorblindness they have. Yeah, but Simon, that lowers probability. People went out because enough dice rolled or enough cards split. So if fewer people played, that's even better for the house. Is that foreshadowing G? Did you just waltz us into some late game resolution or conflict? Revelation or conflict? If one of us left, the others get jealous and try to stop us. Like the thieves and sinners trying to climb off from the spider's web. Without credits, no ball. Needed 2 credits. Did they actually program in a whole casino thing to get credits and spin wheels? Play some blackjack. 1 big room, exit room. And a rarity, this one actually has 2 bathrooms. So bedroom and casino have 2 bathrooms each. Every place else, to include the lounge, only has 1. And I guess these are all slots here, but the slots aren't puzzles, mercifully. Gee, you have just spoiled the puzzle! But gee, again, the law of large numbers, the more times we attempt it, the bigger the sample size, the closer it gets to true probability. Gambler's fallacy. I'll explain. This time the outcome different just because I lost a bunch of times? Well, the probability, man. You gotta roll those wheels 1,000,000 times. Wow, gee, I can't believe she went there. What did I say? They swap positions. G is secretly H, pulling out all the venom. And again, if Simon's that bothered, Marco's been there for the past 3 years. He's holding his own self back. Yeah, see, Simon, that's what I mean. Big enough sample size, the overall chance does go up over time. Because one single roll, you have the odds as are, 1,000,000,000 rolls. That's enough of a sample size for enough of it to come up right. Just any given person in one casino probably can't afford all the rolls that it takes to get that true probability. Which is exactly why, if you choose to play, what was it, Evil Genius 2, all you gotta do, fill up the casino floor with nothing but rows upon rows upon rows of, what is it, the slot machine mazes. By the time the enemy agents get through it, they're all brain dead. A little, richer. 2 credits again! That's 2 credits for this, 2 credits for this. Bathrooms, plural, that's confirmation the maps are accurate. I sincerely hope they do, between no confirmation the showers exist. So already, they're at risk of getting stinky. The bathrooms better work. They do? The royal flush. Ah. Is that the only reason why it's an actual 2-bathroom situation here for the pair aspect? So perhaps it would be thematically appropriate to send the twin into here instead of us? But then again, if we let them pair up, Jazz and I still could have stopped off here. Not a single credit. Small lock in the middle. A key if I participate. And he quite into the lights. The kid doesn't know pixel art. You not been online, never played video games? Does she mean this? I thought that was geometric. That's even more square than this thing is. Alright, last thing left. Hand on the chairs. Give us exactly 2 coinage to lose. Nothing! 2 credits. We have 2 credits but 2 options though. Roulette? That's what roulette. Whatever you call this. Is that roulette? That's roulette, right? Roulette or slots? It's only 2 credits, G, but it's also a victory against the system. Little ant. Oh my goodness, it's all gone to his head. This is the true power of casinos. Solved it all. And then crash back to reality just like casinos. Vase could have another though. He did mention that the vases come in pairs too. Nothing special. Plus, nobody is here to operate the roulette table, so we could just stop the wheel wherever we wanted, and no one's gonna come out and break our legs. The quite of the... That makes 3 though. That's 3 coins. And doesn't fit. She's not ready for that outcome. But these are both random games. It's a random wheel, a random slot machine, and technically casinos do tend to be a little less than honest, so that eventually after enough plays it does give you a better chance, just to maintain the illusion of straight probability so no one gets too upset. So either way, game of chance or game of chance. Game of chance at the whim of the machine and the algorithm, or a game of chance where you might be able to physically stop the wheel and cheat. And I cheat. I mean, heck, why spin the wheel? We could just drop the ball directly onto the right slot, right? Gee, you just made us lose our credits. It's got weight? Maybe some RFID or something? $27. 27 has popped up a few times before though, so that could be a fortuitous number. 2 and 7 do make 9. It's got the digital root. And it's shown up before on 2022, 220427. Scamp Gramp. Yeah, this is not H who switched out. Because if it was, she would not be like, oh yeah, you're right, sorry. She would have gone even further into it. So we'll have to come back then and see what we get from the slot machine. Probably use the same key. Unless the books also have 2 more credits, and you have to do both for the true solution, which is the light fixture on top winding down to reveal a spiral staircase. Okay. So what we need then is a periodic table of elements. Periodic table, Well, it's a good thing we paired with her, because Jasmine has been in her art degree for so long she's forgotten her science stuff from school. These kids had just graduated, and Simon doesn't seem to have a head for science at all. Correct twin brought. Or the plastic sheet. The plastic sheet could have it. If you had that kind of funding power back in the day, you can bet this game would have had more than one background per escape room. And actual escape rooms. Well, I could understand this being like the first game of the series. So it might not have the scope of the later ones. Like Birth Miko is pretty expansive compared to this, so I don't mind that it's a bit smaller scope than the other ones. That's simply the nature of any trilogy, of any series. The first one's always going to be a bit of a smaller morsel than the ones come afterwards. Because while I'm sure it could be more interactive with actual escape room stuff, there's also a pretty interesting narrative element too with that, with Simon pretty much going autopilot most of the time. It kind of puts you in the feel that you really are witnessing the character itself getting freaked out by the repetition of the loops. It's not just you as a player, but the character itself separate from you. I think that's pretty neat, even if it's accidental. Didn't want this game too big compared to BMEC. I mean, they're the separate things. I appreciate them as for what they are and their place in the series. However, if you think there's a gradual escalation... Wait, BMEC has 2 angles per escape room. Decide for God is 8+. Now, I haven't been keeping up with the news and announcements of the Patreon so much, so pretty much everything is going to be news to me, but I didn't realize. Fewer escape rooms, though. That's still pretty cool if it's like fewer but bigger. That's definitely an escalation aspect. That kind of makes it sound like it's going to be that it goes from like a more narrative-heavy game to a more escapey interactive one to a grand finale, is what it feels like with that description. Like full-on stops. You originally wanted D4G to be a fully interactive experience with no defined start or end. That sounds massively ambitious. The scope too much, I'd imagine. I'd imagine Team Miracle Moon. Like, that's the rough part about games development or any kind of development. The big ambitions are really exciting, but the reality of having to actually make all that. I'm sure it's gonna be great though, because from here to Birth Me Code is already a good progression. So I'm sure you guys got the chops. Nine, 6, 2, 8, 3. Even if these puzzles are mostly automatic, I've been trained to write down every number I see, so still gonna. To make up for it, D4G has characters around the actual rooms too. Really? No UI elements to talk to them, they're just there and interactable? That's pretty cool too. So it feels kind of like a more in-the-world experience sort of thing then, in the escape rooms. Scanner also dead end. Oh, that's true. After all this, there wasn't any revelations in this room. But the big price here is still, did pairing J and H up together cause bloodshed? You mostly call them exploration segments? Well, regardless of the nomenclature, understood what you meant. Be it escape room, exploration segments, interactive parts, whichever. How many are left? They said 14 stations. And I've lost track of how many did what, especially with M and R going ahead, so who knows how many. Nothing left but reactor. Reactor does sound pretty meaty though, Simon. Too dangerous? I guess being protective of G is a fair enough reason. The guy is kind of a softie in that way. He's considerate for the kids being younger. Truthfully, a bit wild to see the older stuff again. Not gonna lie, I was tempted to pull out the Ichio and to find that original version, just to see the contrast. Tempting, but haven't done it yet. You're safe from seeing the old stuff. You feel like a caveman. Oh God, no. Who's huddled up in a dark area for so long working on this? I mean, that's part of the love in the product, right? To devote so much of yourself into it. That's pretty praiseworthy in that way. Bad events in the past. You still got something going on then that hasn't been illuminated yet. Alright, when she says this though, I think that the theory that G and H switch places is probably false. It could be, say, 50% sheltering and 50% attachment. Speaking of the original, a couple of features you weren't able to port easily. Wanted to release this sooner than later, for just being a remake. Any new people were waiting for Decide for God after Birth Me Code. Oh, so there were cuts for this too. Unfortunate, but that's the nature of things. A few puzzles, stuff like character statuses. Ooh, there was character statuses. But it might be worth looking at the old stuff, just a like comparison of what used to be. In general, I don't mind the presence of cuts because everything's a decision, right? It's a big project. You've only got so many man hours yourself, so many resources, and so cuts gotta be made. But for like a, and you know, because the series goes on to like bigger, expansive things regardless. But for the sake of like looking at history, it could be pretty cool. If I can put up with the old art. Maybe. I mean, some of the things I played in my lifetime. And not to throw any shade, but we've all seen Higurashi hands. And everyone loves that, so sometimes the art is something we could overlook. Green. Last time he said blue or green. He was kind of waffling between. And rainbow, that's right, he said like solemn equally. Blue, kinda green, kinda likes them all, but he can't admit to that because it makes it sound indecisive. Higurashi at least a solid writing to stand on. These games too, Team Miracle Moon. Like, I'm playing these because I was hooked by them. I haven't played a BMA game that I haven't liked yet, I'll put it that way. Simon really isn't picking up that the poor cow just wants some normalcy. Character condition awkward. Pastimes. This is not Pastimes route though, this is Casino route. That as code was a bit shakier, you think? Too much pseudoscience thrown in? Having played the Zero Escape trilogy and watched Zoku play like AI the Somnia Files, doesn't that just come with the territory, let's be honest? Ending segment was satisfying, way less writing overall too. I'll take your word for it. As the creator of and someone more experienced with both versions, I'll have to defer to your judgment. So far for this version, for the remade version, I have been enjoying it, so if you say that this is a better quality one, I'll believe it. And Simon likes sandwiches. He likes sandwiches. and sandwiches showed up in the rooms where he stopped in first. The Simon as central connection theory might actually be real then. The guy works pizza every single day, gee, he's tired of it. He hates pizza and he works pizza, the poor guy. Is that why Marco developed his crush on Simon? At first they're just roommates, but Marco doesn't have the overexposure to pizza, and so here this angel comes in smelling like pizza every single night. Original escape rooms in the original just one puzzle each, and a small nod to the puzzle early on in the game in this one. It kind of feels like that, even with them as they are right now. It really does amount to just like one thing per room. Which again, first game, so I tend to be like understanding to first games in a series. And also I have no qualms jumping to number 2's first. Like what is it, Sly Cooper being my go-to example. The first one I played was 3, then went backwards to 2. And that's also one where you could feel that with each subsequent one, it gets a little bit more grand. So, as a player, there's enjoyment in going to the more advanced version, and then going backwards to one where you could appreciate it. The lounge or continue. I'm kind of curious to see though, if I do get the choice, of whether or not J and H survive their team up, and if it gets worse if I carry it on. Pantry had food? We haven't seen the pantry yet, man. He's worried about points with Jasmine, is he? Ah, more options. To the lounge or to continue on? Where does the map look now? Purple curling up this way, so it could go here or here, or here. There's plenty of space, so it wouldn't be death right away. Then between blue and less blue. They're getting boxed in here. Who's this one again? That's a Jasmine segment. So, assuming Disaster stays down here, Jasmine could actually have room to grow. Though it kinda looks like. Kinda looks as if the grid has an upper limit of here, so it could have a lower limit of here, and the letters break off beyond that limit. So maybe this one could have a letter. Disaster, so that's what H, I think. Could be dead end, while blue curls around and goes to an ending, a letter ending. If it's one per corner, that's still one short. Try to find patterns where no patterns have emerged yet. Okay, let's unlock these both. Go to the lounge first. For assailant. Oh, that's. If I'm looking forward to H and J having it out, that's promising. Middle then bottom. Hmm. And then continue on gets us to who? Deceased. So assailant or just let's do deceased first. I want to see myself one more death. Piscine. Piscine for fish. Right into the fishery? I don't know about that, G. I've had some very weird dreams that they just keep on going until the dream eventually decays. The only time I've had a dream that stopped prematurely is where I had a dream when I died. Like, fell down or whatever. Absolute death. And the brain was like, we don't have this information. We don't know what comes next. So, dream crash, wake up. No further information to continue the stream. So dream decay is funny, like when the dream runs out of like fresh material, but it's not time to wake up yet, so it kind of starts looping around and just doing silly stuff. Actions up until now determined by your subconscious. Is he going back to the if you're hungry and you see a sandwich and you eat a sandwich, have you had free will kind of thing? He's realized the hand of God has pushed him again. Somewhere in the morphogenetic field, he got the idea that this root is called deceased. And so some neuron or synapses fired and compelled him. Étoile? My Quebecois friend taught me that that's star, right? Because she was at the Star versus Force of Evil. He's a teaser. It's like, no, it's not called Étoile, we just call her Star. Ace here. Barreling down the stairs. Where's he? He went with E, right? It was A and E, then J and H. And instead we have Adenosol by himself. Did they come from Étoile or did they pass it? At the leisure station. Leisure station is where he barreled out. So he got here first. If he chose to turn around then, might have intercepted him. Is that who the deceased is? Nothing in particular. Something that may help us, huh? What was in the security station? I don't recall much else. There were cameras that pointed towards a hook on the arch in the church. Because the lab had the door. Security? He's just making stuff up. At the lounge, by herself, unguarded. Don't tell me A's already snapped. He's already snapped? He slaughtered the other groups? Is that all we haven't seen Marco and Ray? I have concerns here. He is clearly planning something. Is it a betrayal, Simon? That sounds to me like the guy crushing on you is so considerate he is saving you the extra work. And then we got the grim music again. The good old alarming situation. G doesn't know. Does it count as precognitive if we're talking about like multiple stack universes? Well, that was then, Simon. This is before things got really weird. Be clackbickley. They need two, don't they? Because the last time we went into the door with Marco, was it Marco or Ray? It didn't close till we came in, so it does seem to require two to close. Theater again. And so my idea that maybe the next time we see the theater it might be devoid of robots was wrong. Unless there's two more robots for the Simon and E of that route. Fun fact in the transitions, when you enter the train, it does a little shimmy towards the upper left entering or lower right. Really? It actually tracks that if it's going or coming. That's pretty cool. Always fun to have little details like that. A mistake you never realized how to fix, and because the original point of each asset is at the top left. but the train is not 1920 by 1080. Really? Shimmy towards. When the train moves, there's no blackness around it. Well, I have to admit, I haven't noticed at all the shimminess or that. But now that you said it, I have to keep my eye out for it. Origin point should be middle of the BG, not the top left. Is that to say then, that if I want to see this miracle, now's a chance to do it before it gets fixed? But that isn't if. Like I said, I hadn't noticed it, despite seeing the trains come and go how many times now. Don't tell me. A. Maybe A is on the warpath. He went by himself, walking down the tracks. I'm not sure G woulda. Softer ground. Now that is odd. Because as far as I can tell, tunnels were what? Concrete and rail? And we're not stepping on rail? And if it's just maintenance tunnels, that's locked, yeah. Don't tell me the step itself is a body. Stop at clock. This is good, Simon. You don't know yet? But this simplifies the choice you have to make in the next room? That's Jasmine then. Jasmine in the laboratory, picked up a knife. Finished off H already. That's probably why Agnos was so freaked out by what he found. Who and where? Because if she was in the room too, then it would have locked, wouldn't it? Into darkness, but no letters earned. Achievement unlocked if only you had the right one. Get the minimum amount of endings needed to release... Wait. Minimum amount of endings needed to access a true end. That description says a map. Not exactly the minimum ones. That's what, 8 deaths now? Where's my death counter? Yeah, 8 deaths. So maybe 8 endings if the correct ones were accessed? Know what that means, right? That means that one could absolutely root out which minimal 8 those are. The sound effects in the original. He only had one for physical pain. Eamon breaking his knees. Well, that kind of reminds me of the Extra Power series, which I adore. But the first game, as fun as it was like that team's first game too. And using like Sim RPG Maker 95 or something. So a lot of stock sound effects on that sometimes sound out of place. The nature of that beast. 67 searches, officially over 2/3 now. Half the CGs. 3 versions of you, 2 versions of you, and you. Oh yeah, good old Montreal. Not start, wrong one. That's just ending. Okay, flowchart. We got our skill, now what to do with you. 80% for casino. It could simply be doing the slot machine instead. 33 for the novel segmentier. Let's get those other answers. Already asked her, or guessed casino correctly too. Movie theater? You know, having done some observation as part of my currently stalled teacher credentialing, I was amazed how much the pedagogy is still just give them a movie once in a while. She means like Platoon, right? Documentaries, yeah? Literally, I was just about to ask, does Canada even have a bleed lifted? What's anime? Oh, this poor sheltered child, that's the trauma. A bunch of toys. Is she not hip with the Legos? Childish. Come on, Jeet. Is never too old for Legos. Simon's sweating because that exactly describes his room. One brand new bed that he owes Marco money for, and a bunch of minifigs all around the wall and shelves. Got rid of all of his. How a while back is a while back? Before Vancouver, afterwards? Alright, that's 100. Sweet, 100%. See if slot machine makes 100 here. Vase by itself hasn't been looked at yet. Ceramic Kavais? Ceramic Kavais? Ceramic. Ceramic vase. Okay, okay. Took me a second. Took me longer than it should have. Ceramic and Cerami. I can even interact with it, okay. So two options for coinage and two options for where to spend the coinage. Or trapped in a school. Not to the next game, Simon. So could I pick up some more coins? I'm going for the base first. Don't need more change. Ah. Best to bet on something safe, but Simon, you can have 4 coinage? And that, what about the pair? What about the other one? Nah, that's it. But that's 3 more interactions than the last time. And key. So you could potentially, if G didn't interrupt, get 2 keys. That is going to be the true ending to the game. If we come back to this in a different lifetime without G, we'll get both keys, all the coins. Scamp Gramp. And that's maxed out for casino, right? Low chart. Cool. Okay, so deceased. Surprisingly, oh, it's stabbing death. That's right. That's a new one. Because you were beheading. Your electrocution. Unknown. 2 beheadings. 2 unknowns. 1 electrocution. 3 beheadings. Okay, let's go on back then. Knife death means. Knife death makes me think that was Jasmine. Killing her twin, my twin, then me. But A is acting really weird too. He might have seen something, he might have done something. He might have been running. Walks in on Jasmine killing H, or Jasmine with H's head. Who lunges at E, because, oh, that's right, and Jasmine's in pink. Stabbed H, then E. So she could have killed H, and then A and E come back. A and E left first. Doors to pull unlocked. So that means we're done then. So we stopped by and that was closed. Assuming that was M and Ray in the first place. A and E did go before, so they could have gone to the pool. It blunk. I didn't see the thing. G didn't come out? Was somebody hiding in the train? Oh, that could be the case. Could have been hiding in a seat laying down waiting for us. Stop him destroy everything, so is it not Jasmine? And we can't communicate with her, we don't have the pens this time. Jay has the pens. So whoever's up there, unless he's running to the other hallway, to the other side of the station. Then again, she is blind and deaf right now. When she says he, it might not mean he unless she was told exactly who was going to do it. Then again, she is blind and deaf, so how would she perceive what's going on? Unless Jasmine or A had told her. She could be freaking out over something. Or she could have been fed false information from either of them. By running up the stairs, Simon. She came down the stairs. You go up the stairs. H, J, M, the whole alphabet. It's too late, man. You're late too long. Okay, we're all gonna die here, so give us the letter. How many more have we got in UE? Broke his ankle already. Oh my goodness, Simon. Assuming Simon. That could just be what she defaults to. Or it could be that Jasmine got her hands on a bomb, then with the pen said, he is gonna blow us all up. And so E thinks it's a he. Not Ray, A, or Marco, but those are the he's. Is it me? Okay, Simon. Now you're out of options here. If not Ray, A, Marco, Jasmine or E, or me, is it G or H? A most peculiar article of clothing? The other. So what are the twins? Is dressed similar to Smiley now. But would that mean that is always true? Or is there something going on here in this reality? H did say when we asked her, like, what do you think about an imposter? She was like, who, me? Could have been, what do I think about an imposter? You're asking me? Or it could have been, what, you mean me, the imposter? And then shoved off the station. Rubble. Other twin dead caught in the explosion. What if a bit of the grammar was a hint too? Because he was all like, oh no, it's him, he's gonna blow us all up. And then backing with G. Scamp, Gramps, girl, I'm not awake, yes I am. What if she isn't? What if it's another koala situation? Twins don't always have to be the same gender after all. And that is going to be plenty of koala PTSD, with the pigtails coming out. Now this doesn't necessarily mean she is smiling. Maybe somebody found a mask, and putting the mask on imprints all sorts of information into her head. G has failed. Or it could be the twin wearing the helmet. She has failed, so she puts on the helmet, and then you have an override situation. There is no H, there is no G, there is only Zool. Well, I mean, I guess this means either way, that pairing a twin off with Jasmine didn't get her killed, so we failed on that count. But if this is an override situation, or just the twin revealing their own identity, then maybe you have got a letter for us. I need 1 and 2 or 5. This part a little awkward to write because the events in the original game had the sprites to work with and this one didn't, only a CG. I can see that being difficult. I haven't made a game myself, so I can't offer too many like insights or anything. But I could see how that would kind of hinder things a bit. Not having the same stuff to work with. Destruction of property to this extent isn't allowed. Termination engage. So you think then maybe that if A hadn't killed everyone in his murder spree, then this wouldn't have happened because he was also blowing everything up. That would not have been allowed. Destruction of property to this extent. Mostly an artist thing. Helmet is hard to draw. And the artists wanted nothing to do with it after BMX helmets. I believe that. Like I mentioned the first day of this, part of the reason why I delayed a couple of years to play this was because after BMX I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I got some cardboard together, some other materials, and made a mask myself to play with? And that's a lot of work. That is so much work I couldn't be bothered. And so having to draw more of them, I could imagine. They got my full sympathies there. It's a cool mask and everything, but man, the work. The electrocution train could come. Oh man, if she's not gonna move, then you get up onto there. What about the other platform? There's at the side, right? It should be equidistant, this platform or that platform. Unless there is no other platform. I forget where he was. Smiley, have you got a letter before we die? If we believe hard enough? Body completely and utterly crushed. The collar broke under the strain of the train. F. Hadestown says F. Which one's for F? The blank blank ly blank. Darkness, funny word. 7 letters. A is number 2. No? Nothing else. Ending G train bad end. Does that make purple fully clear then? Well, before I resume, let me quickly grab myself one final break for the night. And then we're gonna pick a color. Go with H or go with Jasmine. And squeeze one more in, I think. Like I promised, just a quick one. So, let us see. Revelation. A revelation of one of the twins as Smiley. Could be a revelation. The twins being diminutive. Could be a red herring thing. Because they thought it was Ray for the build. But it could be one or both hiding as Smiley. Or it could be a personality override thing. We do also know... We know for sure that H had robotics in her head. If I was wrong, and it's not that everyone is a robot if H is a robot, but that H herself alone is a robot. But it could be that H herself is the imposter, the only one out, and thus if not smited directly, then maybe a recipient of whatever mental overriding control of the helmet? No letters still. No letters, but plenty to stew on. What was here again? Twins haven't come back yet. Wants to go or stay, so that's right. Although this was just going, wasn't it? Waiting for the twins to come back? Or continuing on, like Ray and Marco have? Invasive. Jasmine or H? Still surprised that pairing Jasmine and H together did not end up. Maybe it did, but that memory overwrites to here. That could be the case. We got memory overvision coming in. Let's go H. We did one twin, let's do the other. Simon doesn't know why, but the voice of 100% completion is compelling him. And I guess if one of these kids is secretly a smiley-bearing robot. You know, I did say that the flower on the lapel is kind of geometric, and it does kind of resemble the mask. Could have been, the clue was right there all along. Is she gonna wait this time then? She's saying they might have left. But it's open-ended. Not coming back because then they left or they died, Jasmine. What do you know? And is pool still closed? Pool still closed. So who's gonna take recreation? G and J this time? Train took off again. Not gonna stop by. What would this mean then? But we do make our way to the reactor. And Jasmine never got Ray time this time. If I didn't take yellow, then she would have gone with Ray for the first room? Okay, so JNG to Recreation. They're gonna go casino time. So we don't get to see that. Well, I guess that the color blindness of either twin would have popped up anyway, since there were no color-based puzzles regardless. That is very considerate towards them. Then again, they did say that the star room took them a while because... They didn't directly say, but it did take them a while. And H defensively said it's not like I'm colorblind or anything. So maybe the étoile might have been her downfall, but nowhere else. H shivering, scared, are you okay, and a push. Is it because Jasmine's here? I mean, she went with her before. But we didn't get to see them react. Oh no, it's gonna be us with the burden of a freaking out H. Don't say the H word. Which one's the H word? We asked, are you okay? There's no H's here. Which one? Not to say the H word. Help? Could it be help? Do you want help? That might freak her out, maybe? Which means one of the options has to be an H-based one. Have fun in the reactor. There's no H, there is. G has been having to reassure her, right? Maybe G knows. Maybe they're both disconnected to everybody else. And one is a robot and one is a handler. And G knows how volatile the programming is. Central. Don't say headache man, that starts with an H. Don't say Is she also receiving information? Is that what's going on? Now hold up. We know though, by glancing through our Wikipedia entries, that she doesn't have any otherworldly capabilities. So it's not as if she's like psychically sensitive or something. Few more question marks remaining. Who's all been susceptible? We know she's susceptible to stuff. We know we're susceptible to stuff that has us aching in the head. Could we just sus robots? So it could be one robot, could be everyone robot, could be at least one but not everyone robot. I'm getting apprehensive every new word he says, eyeing out for any H. Hands. He said hands. He said her. It looks like a face. It's got eyes, a nose, and a little mouth. And hair along. This could be a headband, or it could be a big hat or crown. And a banana that it is holding up like a telephone. So someone's gonna have to come into here and get locked in. They will have like 5 minutes to solve the thing, otherwise they fry. So she likes green. Two weird things about the map. Well, it would have come from here. Only one bathroom this time. They're standing here. That tracks, that tracks. Oh! Oh! Only one exit for this one. There's one stair. One set of stairs. And that door should be this door. So what is weird thing number 2, Simon? Empty wall and 8 circles behind. That's not too big the deal. Well, you see, Simon. Operating 8 complex robots with transspatial, transmorphogenic, cloud computing memory storage takes a whole lot of power. So it's one battery for each of you. This makes 2 rooms so far, with only 1 stair and 1 scanner room. This one in the theater, right? Didn't we look at the map though? Because at this point we'd look at all the maps in the lounge. Unless... If theater and reactor were at opposite ends of the same line, that would be why it's closed on both ends, or like only one entrance at both ends. Said the H word, man. See no changes so far. Another end of the line smiley puzzle. What you got for me this time? Dead end. What if we have two? Make a choice for everyone, rooms going out at the same time. Theater, you have what? Choose whether or not to sacrifice somebody else, or everyone gets it. And what's in here? A girl who done some terrible things. I'm thinking Jasmine. Jasmine is super suspicious. Although E was also taken by an organization for the human experiment. She's explained that much. But wouldn't necessarily need to be E. What if this is a unifying thing? What if all of us were taken in for human experimentations? Because H having headaches from Smiley talking right now probably isn't coincidental. Thanks, Twin. And whatever Smiley said next didn't get registered into the log. Though we are clearly in some kind of experimentation. The question is when, for how long, for what purpose? I'll take your word for it, H. Just looks very fine to me. Before you go scanners on us, H, could you tell us the first letter of the 5-digit code? Oh, we missed all the info. "10 minutes again. 10 minutes in the theater, 10 minutes here." You wish you'd have more sprites to work with too, Team Miracle Moon. But the artist very adamant on a very set amount of work. Sometimes you gotta, work is work. Even for the art team. So some lose a bit of their punch. Well, that's the nature of compromises, I guess. And when it comes to things like that, naturally I side with the workers. Like, sure, having the set amount that could be done probably limits the punch. But if that makes a better work environment, you can completely destroy every station here. I was musing earlier that maybe the choice we made in the theater was what blew up Montreal. What if it's here instead? What if somebody did something in this reactor while we were across the hallway? Stop it by pushing a button close to the reactor. This is actually going to be step inside the reactor, push the button, save the city, but in doing so, we get trapped in and we get incinerated. Close the door behind that person. Who will make the sacrifice? H? You want to put an end to your headache, right? So the theater room. Simon was very adamant on not sacrificing E, so that is his default state. Is his default state going to be he's got to do it, rush in, push the button, or waffle so much that everybody fries? Puzzle solved. Alright, easily done. Only 5, maybe 6 years older? Geographic time scale, that's all the same? Oh man, but if she sacrifices herself, G is gonna kill us. She's a robot, man. Check her neck. No, we have an actual name. Have her memories. Is a pretty funny way of putting it. Created, have her memories. Transmitted my own. See, what did I say? We're not the only ones reading Steinering into ourselves. Yeah, but Hannah, like I said, if you're an android, there's a non-0% chance that all of us are too. And technically we're all created entities, just with genetic matter instead of metal and wiring. So question becomes then, why did J and H freak out at themselves so much? Hannah stuff? Did Hannah's past life have some kind of history with J? Nemesis has done some horrible things, we don't know what though. The laws of robotics. If they're so firm, somebody faxed those robotic laws to Boston Dynamics. And a Zeroth. Still holding possibility of a Zeroth rule. Dead. Hooked up to a tube. Somewhere. This wouldn't necessarily mean she's an imposter though, because this gives her a connection, possibly via A, with that organization, possibly via G, by being a homunculus facsimile of her sister. And again, if that headache of hers was memories flooding back to her, and if Simon was receiving similar headaches, and all those squelchy, headachy noises during the second time of the church, could be android same. We could also be a robotic facsimile of a Simon. What if there's no G? What if G is the real Hannah, and H is a robot? And because they're twins, they're assuming each other to be the other? The very fact that we have to argue with the machine shows us she's not just programs. Alright, we've talked the android out of taking the sacrifice, so someone still gotta though. That took up 6 minutes. 4 things at most. And there's gonna be, what, 20 objects? He is gonna get the biggest headache in the world, reading Steining all this information back to him. There's a panel down over here. Okay, let's talk to you first. And let's talking to you. In most situations, looking does not advance time. Talking may or may not, and acting always does, but in this case acting, or talking might just resolve it to the end of alright, who's gonna sacrifice, like in the theater. And this time looking will take up time. Let's talk first, what are you thinking? Her idea is going in herself. Very strict order of things to do. A very tight process, and we're taking one turn to speak. One minute down. Any hints on the whiteboard? I'm not too stressed out. Unlike Hannah and Simon, I have infinite tries. He's gonna be in the meat grinder, I'm gonna be up here toying with him. You hope I like time limit escape rooms. Decide forgot is nothing but that. Part of the design could be fun. It's always kind of funny playing things like 999 or Zero Time Dilemma, and everyone's stressing out about, you only got 30 minutes! You got 5 minutes to do this thing before it floods or whatever else. And you could take all the time in the world. So it could be fun having some actual stress in them. Okay, so whiteboard is out. Reactor could stop, or it could get so much worse. That could be the failsafe to be breaking. Failing is a valid path too, and unlike this game, doesn't stop very quickly after a failure. Ooh. I do like the sound of failure being an option and continuing on from failure. I'll admit some games aren't very good at that, where if you get a fail state, You feel like it's a fail state and you know what you're getting isn't the best, but some games are really good at those. Man, I've played some where sometimes you want to get the fail state for how good the writing is. Suzerain was kind of like that. Like, you know you messed up, but the game still goes on. And in a way, you're kind of rewarded for the effort. Rewarded for taking the failure because the writing afterwards is like so good. The writing and the drama in it. Come back if we found. If we found that. Okay, this tells me that if time runs out, she will sacrifice herself. Alright. That takes the stress off of me then. Can I imagine the true end is locked behind failing every single time? And succeeding at every escape room is the worst ending. Depending on how the narrative sets up, I could totally see that happening. Like, that would have to require the player to think outside the game itself and think closer onto the narrative. And that could be pretty cool. Like, I could be excited by that. Especially since I could imagine that players of the series have probably played other similar types of games too. And so they're probably familiar with some of the conventions and would probably appreciate a bit of a, how to put it, a deconstruction or a toying with the expectations. The idea of struggling to solve the escape room and never wanting to fail, bringing you to doom. That is juicy. Are you dropping hints as to how the next game is going to go? Like, are we talking hypothetical or are we talking expectations? Because I could look forward to that and enjoy it. Screen wouldn't help. So that's 3 options then. That are not step 1. Mostly hypothetical. Won't spoil anything. Alright. Wouldn't expect spoilers or too many things regardless. But those are pretty exciting ideas all the same. Ultimately useless. So not the panels, not the devices, not the whiteboard. Miss, it's okay, I'm an android. I'm designed to sacrifice myself here, subtly very upset with me for not solving this. Hannah, what about you? Where's your progress? Miss Palindrome. Oh, hope is the H word. Oh no. Is she gonna be too headachy to jump into the machine and sacrifice herself? No, Simon's gonna jump in, isn't he? Jumped into the... Oh man, but Simon! Greta. We got 2 names now. Popular duo of characters from children's tales, Hannah and Greta. So since we have names, I know the lexicon would have updated on names. Did it update on is an android? Hot-headed. Keeping coy on me. Alright, back to excitement. The friends and family he's never gonna see again until he loops. And now she's gonna have so much more trauma dumped onto her. Melting, huh? Hannah, could you tell us what you see? Is that human melting or robot melting? And before we die, could you tell us the 5th letter? The selfish part in you that tells you the 2nd letter is E. The cowardly part that says the 1st letter is C. But she could give us confirmation, or flesh or steel. All he had to do was look down and confirm for me, Simon. Maintain one thing. The 5th letter. Smile. What is this song? Android Sorrow, right? Pretty nice. Smiles again. This theme of smiles. He's gonna wake up and all this info. Ooh! 2 of 2 for blue. We haven't explored much blue, actually. So we have a lock on yellow we haven't seen yet, a lock on blue we haven't seen yet, both of which are open. And the fast forward. Even in the fast forward, that this space left blank for spoilers is still there. So yeah, somewhere in here is a lock that is now open. I guess I was wrong about blue linking up to here at some point with this lock. Unless blue snakes all the way around to the outside, which I doubt. What's this? The escape segment, 33%. So that doesn't have much room to go either. Failure leads to here. So I guess the only choice of action right now is to figure this one out. Touch all the buttons, find the right combination. Okay, so he spoke to you, looked at all these. Just not the 4 things here. Banana face? It's not menacing, it's sweet. It's got soft eyes and a big red nose. So that's nothing. That's just him worrying. Something vital to use for this. A stick. All they need. If is that the button there? Because if that's the button, all they need is a suitably long stick to push it and have the door slam down on it, and then nobody has to be sacrificed. I don't know what these do. We could probably pull one of these pipes out, and it might be long enough. Or the chair. How heavy is the door? These are kind of cheap office chairs that probably wouldn't hold the chair up, hold the door up. We could push with it, or this. Oh, there we go. Now this is lit up. I've wasted time on this anyway, so let me use this time to push these things. Then, next time, you, then you. Three minutes. Oh, this could be opened. But I haven't got much time though. So one of these. It might not be one of these. This one's gotta be wrong, because that probably won't open till we finish up here. A big number 9. Because there have been other doors, but the other doors haven't had 9 on them, I don't think. Okay. But how much on percent did we get there? 67 over 2/3? So finishing the puzzle when where the other might do it? So what if we go wall panel? I want a stick, and there's 8 tubes in here instead. Wouldn't budge. Time waster. Unless one of these tools here opens this up. What if? What if what's behind there is a revelation? That there's 8 perfect facsimiles of us. We know Hannah's a robot now. We got the hint with Ray. We got the confirmation here. And then we struggle to open this. And then do. And there's us. Evil robot us's, or just us's. All in vain, even with the robot strength. At least we got the text. That's more for completion. Okay, but now I gotta restart though, because if I touch this and then touch this, that's gonna be 2 minutes and it's game over. %75% already. That was promising. That was going through so quickly. So maybe, if we got 4 clicks, maybe it is 1, 2, and then grab the tool to open here, and that's 4. Then we see some horrific thing before we all blow up. A nebulous object. Beginning of a plan. It could be this. It could be here and then use it now that we have a tool. No, it's not that. Not even with the tool. Even using the tool scattered around the place. Okay, that's that. 83% though? What if I try to write that? Because he did say you can't do anything with it without more knowledge, so maybe you have a tool. If I get this, maybe we can interact with this somehow? Nothing. So just this then. Or throw. I was thinking push, but I guess throwing does work too. Object instantly incinerated! Ah, they knew! We gotta put it in fake flesh. Since Hannah is a robot anyway. What if he chopped off her arm? Or if he picked her up? And put her in feet first, that way? It registers as Hannah. We could have her kick the button, and the door goes down, and at worst it takes off her leg. So tool doesn't help. With a big wall? 92% are getting closer though. But what if it's important to try that? To see it? To get the idea that whatever goes in gets incinerated? Even if it's for a trick. So you, then you again? And that's 3 minutes down. And then the option is right there. What is this going to be? The hat. No, it can't be the hat. Even if the hat has enough pizza grease and hair grease, that it probably counts as human for the sensor's purposes. Is that the solution? The solution is you try to find a third solution, but there is no third solution. And so you try to sacrifice yourself nobly, and it catches you and puts yourself in first. Dodged it. Could lie to her. Is it a lie if we tell her that we're a robot, though? Ever since we found that her neck was stuffed with electronics, I thought, why not? If she's a robot, why not all of us? And the rest of us simply do not know. It feels like she did not know until the headaches brought the memories back to her. We could all be in that situation. Let her be Simon. We gotta see the Hannah sacrifice herself ending. Oh, it's too late. She's in there though. Did the theater? Yeah, we did. You enjoyed making it a wild goose chase for a third solution? The frustrating thing, though, is I'm like one interaction shy from it. Saw all of the wild goose chase of the red herrings, but there is still one unchecked mark I haven't found. That theater is tantalizing me. It's not so much the escape, but it's keeping 100% out of my reach. I doubt that missing percent would give us a suitable ending. Like, I'm pretty convinced that let's go up to Montreal, see it bombed out and die. Or have fun with E until we die. And that's it. But the gamer in me, the completion aspect that I'm missing out on. Reminded her of himself in a parallel line. Wait a tick. What was the sequence? Sequence is look at the reactor, grab a tool, that's 2, throw, and then get the idea 2 lie. How to fit that in then? Because we didn't try line 2 her. But he had the idea 2. Fake hair fell down. Jasmine being a blonde underneath the wig. Could just be a wig and dyed hair. Or it could be fake robo hair. And just because she's a robot, Simon, doesn't mean she's the one that doesn't belong. Being a robot means she could still have some connections, just not the connection you assume. Oh, she's fine, man. All that consciousness, that's up on the cloud. She's a metamorphic, a morphogenetic person, morphogenetic consciousness. That is an extraordinarily durable collar. We still don't know which one it was wearing the smiley mask after all. Could have been Greta. Who probably won't be too happy and might consider this an unsuitable destruction of property and raid this entire place down. Smiley, whatever judgment you want to make, we tried to go in. You know, in the initial green route, Jasmine did say somebody might have died. Maybe when somebody sacrifices themselves in the reactor, and this comes up for every screen. And if that's the case, that would explain the might have ambiguity. The door with the 9 will let you leave. If you have what is required. What was rule 1 again? Must team with an additional member? An additional person? Maybe that's it. Somebody dies, 9 opens. But you gotta bring your +1 because it is a dating game still. The MTS will get you. Montreal Transit? Transport Société? Don't tell me that his company, that he hasn't... Explosion in New York. Big whatever experiment here in Montreal. Could it be that every single subway system in the world is actually some kind of human experimentation trap? And the MTS is A's jurisdiction, maybe? Grab the collar, make a run for it. Grab the collar, pick a +1, make a run for it. Ooh, these are open too now. You're never taking the subway again, Hades. Some of us are unlucky that we don't have the opportunity. We have buses here, and that's the most we get. If these are robot us's, we can pick a +1 straight from here then. Get a new Hannah. Get a new Jasmine. I'm gonna save this for last. I can't take the collar though? And this still off? Okay, what's in the tubes? Types of that. Come on, people. People are robots. People are robots. 8 people! Who? Who's Simon? Us in order of 1 to 8? All of us wearing a mask like Smileys? Oh, that means then, when we saw the twin with the mask on, that wouldn't necessarily have been the twin that we knew. She could have come out from here. All of us are Smiley this blessed day. Yeah. So what would this be, like all of us feeding into the super intelligence that is Smiley, all of our experiences? Joining the morphogenetic cloud? Come on, Simon, open the U door. You could be your own +1. Or the real ones? I mean, that's also a possibility. If we're robots, that it could be the real ones are in here. Dreaming the simulation. Or it could be we're all dead and robots anyway, it's just more replacements. Pull the Terminator, man. Grab some rusty metal. Drag it down your arm, see if it's robots beneath. Yeah, find the way out. Open the button, or open the tube, let yourself out. That's step number one. Let them all out. At least he's got the hammer. He's got the hammer still on this route. Because he went the alarm, got the hammer. Smash them all open. Oh, come on, man. You're gonna get yourself zapped. The lights are still on. Told you, man. Told you about doors. That's bad end. We got unlock on blue and half on the dark green. Our first for the dark green. Achievement unlocked, a quantum reactor. Okay, where does it put us? Dead by beheading. Try to run through the door by myself. 100% at least, we got everything? Everything? Okay, so for the blue line. That just leaves Jasmine. We could get started on Jasmine. Or I could try to find that missing 6% in the theater. I could also try to see what happens if I go through this with an incomplete password. %. So everything down here is good. Purple is good, aqua is good. What I've been calling off cyan because I haven't quite got Simon's eye for color differentiation. Like I could tell they're apart. But for my eyes. What if it's these? Because these are polarized. Well, now I can't see. Okay, that is a bit greenish. Or more green than the cyan. Alright. 351 now, though. You're surprised by how well these colored? The assets are actually gray, and the game colors them in. Really? So it's automatic in that way. That's pretty cool, honestly. Could probably give theater help if I want. $11 out of 19 already. I mean, there's not too much left in the theater as a thing, though. It's mostly down to, like, I think getting the right order? Because I've been up here. I've touched the ladder, went out the door, touched this. And then talking to E just automatically ends it. What if it's giving myself the idea of leaving? So if I touch this 3 times, 1, 2, 3. And then talk to E? No, that just gets you to the end. So I don't know. It's not too important, I don't think. So it's probably not as big a deal that I'm 6% off on the theater. We've seen both endings for it, so that's the important thing, I think. Unless... what if the one thing I was missing? Ladder. Lights. And then ladder. No? Oh, there it is! Now there's a new thing. Wasn't tall enough for the lamps. Failure! Is that the difference? So much for all that, and now his life is that it? Is that it? Is that my last missing 6%? It is! Got the achievement door hinge. So cool, now we have orange completely done, aqua completely done, purple completely done now. At least blue and yellow. And we have you unlocked wherever your lock is. You unlock wherever your lock is. And we have not joined back into dark blue yet. Honestly, I think this is a pretty good place to call it for the day. Because that's plenty of progress made, finished off orange, and got all this done too. So yeah, I think that is going to be our out for the day. And thank you guys very much for watching. I adore these games, so it always pleases me to see folks enjoying it with me. Google had an adobo recipe this morning. Ooh, Lex. One of my faves. You enjoy that too. You can never go about us about adobo. So for now, let me see. Who are we going to raid tonight? Props to drop by again, but no promises. Team Miracle Moon, that is perfectly alright. I appreciate you dropping in. There was no obligation, but it's fun having ya. Let's see. Nobody playing Head-Ass Code, why not? Check the other category. Oh man, Twitch is sleeping on this. No results found. Man. They're missing out. That is their loss. In that case, let's toss you guys on over to Mospios. They are playing. What are they playing tonight? Final Fantasy VIII. Cool. So in that case, folks, stick around for the raid. We'll go see Moss. And thank you so much again. I'll see you guys next time. I'm not sure if we'll continue this tomorrow or Friday, because Thursday is tend to be a little bit shorter for me. Might want a full day for one of these. But until then, thank you again. You all enjoy the rest of your night. Take care of yourselves, have fun. And I will see you folks next time around. Take care of yourselves.